Me and my sister both had our surnames changed to our stepdad's name. On the change of name certificate, which had been stamped at the court, was a year before we met him. And it kind of felt like we'd been sold. Skinny white man with long, dank, greasy hair, glasses that were like jam jars. He started to take on and use and abuse the spiritual beliefs. He used it to manipulate people. Everybody was fooled. So he'd built up all of this momentum and reputation as, I'm going to say it, man of God. As a 12-year-old girl, like, what do you say to that? Woke me up, he's like, shh, go out into the hall. He was really lonely, missing my mum, just needed someone to hold on to. Could I get into the bed and, just whilst my mum's away? I was scared. I was scared. Your whole body and mind knows that you're in danger, but the way that he was talking to me made it sound like the most normal, natural thing in the world. When I did finally come out and tell somebody, it ruined my life. So I think I tried to say how uncomfortable I felt around my stepdad and that he's been asking me to get into his bed while you're away. She just looked at me and said, "Are you sure that's what happened?" Maybe 2 or 3 days later, I got summoned to the living room. They're both there, mum and stepdad. How dare I say these things about her husband? I'm trying to ruin their marriage. He sat there and didn't say a thing, and I just saw a little smirk. My mum then told me that they'd already spoken to the leaders at church, and the only place that I could have gone to get any help, they'd gone there before me to make sure that everybody already knew that I was a liar. There was no defense or protection for me at all. And that is probably one of the most scarring things. It's like, what do you do when somebody won't believe you when you're telling the truth?
All right, so today we have got a very serious story and there's going to be some harrowing content. So just a warning, if stories of this nature are not something that is going to settle well in your brain, you might want to go and watch something more lighter content. But, I'm really honoured to have Donna Ward with me today, who has written this book. It's part of a trilogy, and the first installment is called Forged by Fire. I'm going to read some of the back of it so you can just get the gist of what we're going to be talking about today. And it says, Crucible of Flame throws us headlong into the life of Donna, raised in a reclusive Christian sect. And for legal reasons, we're not going to specify what branch of the Christians' sects that is. We're just going to keep it general. Abused, I've left the word out there because it's first 5 minutes on YouTube. Addicted to drugs and then trapped in domestic abuse. Donna reflects on these events with her drug counsellor, Alicia. It is clear that her supernatural abilities give her a unique perspective, giving readers a rare insight into the psyche of a survivor empowered by her faith. Readers will be holding their breath as they share Donna's journey through the crucible of flame. So the link for this book will be in the description box below the video, as will the links to Donna's socials, and she also has a YouTube channel. So please go down and support Donna in what she's doing. And we're going to go on this journey with her now. But because of the police requirement on this channel, I first have to ask her a legal question, which is, for the purpose of telling this story today, Donna, do you waive your anonymity?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, so it's a long-form interview where we go over your life story.
That's great, actually.
Good. I've watched your other stuff, and you're a really good speaker. They're about an hour long, but we're going to try and get a bit more detail so we can go longer. But just to start out then, could you describe, like, where you were brought up?
Yeah, so I've got two versions of that, actually. So one of the things that I have learnt about my own trauma and about trauma in general is the human mind's capacity to change a story to something more palatable. So up until I was maybe 35, the story I used to tell everybody was that I had an idyllic childhood, growing up in the countryside. It was a bit like Little House on the Prairie. We'd get snowstorms and get like snowed in and power cuts and this kind of like wonderful tale of sunshine and countryside. And I told it for years and had no idea that I had crafted this as a defense mechanism, really. The truth is that part of that is a little tiny bit of truth. So, yeah, we did kind of grow up in the countryside. And there was, you mean horses, cows, and you mean sunshine occasionally. But on the flip side of that, my parents chose to move us from place to place to place to place.
How had your parents met?
The story I heard, and I have to couch it because I obviously wasn't there. The story I heard was that my mum was invited to a barn dance by some work colleague or other. And this is where she'd met my soon-to-be stepdad. They're a very weird couple. So she is older. He was much younger. Different ethnic backgrounds, and you wouldn't really put them together.
So we've jumped ahead a bit here. Are you saying then that your mum was a single mum who then met a person?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I'm sorry. I forgot the birth father, didn't I?
That's what I was getting at. Yeah.
I was going to say it's not surprising that I forgot the birth father. He is very forgettable.
Oh dear. Oh dear. He wasn't around much, or?
He was around. My memories of my birth father are of him being absent, yelling at my baby sister at the time. When I'm talking like she was in a high chair, like over random things, and he favorited me over her. And those are my memories, which have started how I formed my opinion of him. Because even at that tender age, I think he left when I was about 5.
And do you know how your mum met your birth father?
No idea.
Okay.
It's never been spoken about. Because I don't have any relationship with my birth father. He's had several families since, and he just does that. Have a family for a few years, have some more kids, then don't, and runs off and does it again.
So that's why he broke up with your mum?
Yeah, he'd been having an affair with her best friend and ran off with the best friend.
So that must have been pretty traumatic for you then at age 5, was it?
Yeah. Well, we didn't know initially what had happened, so even after he'd left, I think it was 2 weeks before we noticed that, like, where's Daddy?
Yeah.
And it kind of came out after that. But yeah, so he's never been around. I've seen him since been about 5. I may have seen him 4 times.
How did your life change after he was gone, just in the immediate months, once you realised that once it sunk in?
The change, my mother was... she was broken. That's all I can say. I remember getting up in the morning and finding her sprawled out on the floor, sobbing and crying. I remember there being no food in the cupboards, having to have family members move in with us to help care for me and my sister.
And she was a young woman still at this point, wasn't she?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
Yes, she would have been. So yeah, I just remember a very broken lady. The weird thing is that I don't have many memories of her before that time. Yeah, it's a strange thing. But yeah, so I just remember her being broken, sad, crying, in need. And it's not to say she didn't stay that way. But I think as a young child and a young girl, seeing your primary carer in that state, I think it does impact you.
It's got to be devastating. So in terms of the chronology of the story then, you're age 5. Approximately what year was this and where were you based in the country at that point?
Right, what year? Good God. So that would have been 82, 83.
Okay.
We're in the Midlands.
In the Midlands?
Yeah, in Staffordshire.
Right. And are you starting out in like a kindergarten school or anything, or infant school, is it, at that age?
Primary school. I think I'd been to a couple of different primary schools. I don't even remember why, but I'm assuming it's like we moved again.
Yeah. And so, we're talking about the sect here, the reclusive sect. Had there been a religious influence on you in those first 5 years of your life?
There's definitely been a religious influence. So my mum always took us to church. A lot of our family were at church. My grandfather is a bishop. So they kind of grew up as the pastor's kids. Church was a heavy, strong, but essentially joyful part of our lives. And it wasn't, to me anyway, at that time, it didn't seem anything dark or bad or manipulative. It was like a fun place with lots of music and singing and dancing and old ladies in hats. It was great. I have wonderful memories running around with my cousins and getting stale biscuits out of Nanny's handbag and all that. So it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely.
But looking back in the 1980s then, were you deprived of things that other kids were doing?
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. So I would say probably from between the ages of, let's say, 8 and 15, our lives were locked down, just locked down. And that was nothing to do with my birth dad, because he was long gone by then. And it wasn't something that my mother had instilled prior to my stepdad arriving.
Let's talk about your stepdad arriving then, because that's when it starts to get grim.
Yeah. I mean, I actually still have such a vivid memory of meeting him for the first time. This skinny white man with long, dank, greasy hair, glasses that were like jam jars, with a cowboy shirt with tassels. Cowboy boots, just like the skinniest jeans I've ever seen on a human. I'm pretty sure there was a motorbike as well. And when I couple that image next to, a West Indian lady who, typically West Indian, round, kind of, plumpy cheeked and all the rest of it, curly hair. It just didn't go together at all. And he clearly had no experience of children at all, which me and my sister found hilarious. So things like him getting used to things like putting the kids to bed and what have you, he screamed all the time. And it wasn't even like we felt frightened at the time. It was just, this is why he's, get to bed! And we're just like, it was just so weird because it was clear, you know, just when someone's got trying to do something that they clearly haven't done before.
Yeah.
So yeah, we always found that quite amusing, but it was just, he was so out of place.
You said earlier on that they met and he was considerably older than your mum at that
Oh,
point.
no, the other way around. So he was considerably younger. So
He was considerably younger.
So yeah, he's 10 years younger than my mother.
10 years younger. So was she in her 30s by now then?
She was in her early 30s.
Early
so he was in his
30s.
early 20s.
Okay.
And so, you mean, when you're talking as, you mean a guy who's 21, 22, being with an older woman is no thing, really.
No.
But then you can kind of trying to step into a stepdad role with 2 kids when everyone's from different cultures and backgrounds.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be nearly unheard of today. Like I don't know. Are there many young 20-year-olds who like want that life? I don't know. But even to me at that young age, I'm just like, what? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And don't get me wrong, I've made poor men choices, right? Yeah. So I get that. But yeah, it was just, it didn't make sense.
So did the abuse start right away from him?
No, it didn't. And I think this, for me, is one of the most insidious parts of the whole tale, is that because it didn't start right away, in fact, it didn't start for several years, there is no way that any of us could have predicted that. And he had worked purposely so hard to ingratiate himself with everyone that we knew, family, friends, built up this image of who he was, what he did, what he stood for, that for the longest time, even I believed.
What did he say he stood for?
He converted to Christianity because he wasn't a Christian or had any kind of faith before meeting my mum. So he quickly converted. I mean, he was like the only white guy at our church. We went to like a proper black church. He was the only white guy there, but kind of loved the attention also. And it very, very quickly made his way into leadership positions. And you mean being a lot of Christians believe the man is the head of the household. So we had that whole thing. Then he started to take on and use and abuse the spiritual beliefs, which of course nobody really saw at the time. So things like people believing in the power of the Holy Spirit to impart knowledge, to heal, all of those sorts of things, which are beliefs that I do hold. But he used it to manipulate people and to profess that, he's a prophet and God told him this and God told him that. And causing division among other people to then present himself as the hero. And I only know that now looking back. But at the time, it's like, oh, yes, this powerful man of God, and he's seen this and he's done that. And everybody was fooled into drinking the Kool-Aid. Everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Was he charismatic then?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But even probably as young as 8 or 9, I remember him telling me, talking about how much women fancied him, how much women were attracted to him and were always throwing themselves on him. Now, bearing in mind he's married to my mum.
He's telling you that separately when your mum's not around.
Yeah.
That's suspect, isn't it?
Yeah, and talking about things like talking about my body or other young girls' bodies. I remember being about 10, and I don't even remember where we'd been. So we're in the car, and our church had some visitors from another country, family, mum, dad, couple of kids. One of the girls was similar age to me, so we'd kind of been hanging out. And he turned around and he said, "You see that stain on the back of her skirt?" He said, "That's sperm. I know she's just had sex."
God. And how old were you when he said that?
I was like 10. So that, we had that alongside the kind of super spiritual, you mean man hears from God, prophet type thing. I know what I'm saying because God's telling me, and everybody eating that up. But then at the same time, we've got exposing me to like sexual content, sexual thoughts, paying so much attention paid to my body, which had a real impact on me.
When you say sexual content, what do you mean by that?
Just things like, why are you telling a 10-year-old that you think some girl's had sex and she's got semen on the back of her skirt? Like,
Okay.
like what? And
I thought you meant like you was exposing you to pornography or something.
No. I mean, although I did have a weird thing, but this was my mum, and honestly, it wasn't until I was well into adulthood and people were like, "Your mum did what?" So when I was 9, obviously everyone gets the birds and the bees talk usually from a family member, but so my mum would sat me down. I think we talked about periods. There was a book. I'm sure there was a book. Anyway, she then made me go and sit down and watch I think it was Panorama back in the day. It was a Panorama style show. It was all about sex, but it actually showed you like 2 adults having intercourse. I was 9. I didn't know that wasn't normal. So as I've kind of grown up and, these conversations crop up and you're like, "Oh, how did your parents tell you?" And then I say that and everyone looks at me like, that's not okay. That's not okay.
And was he present when this was happening?
So no, he wasn't there. But I still don't know how that came about. I mean, I wouldn't show that to my 9 or 10-year-old.
Do you think he'd requested her do that?
Entirely possible. Knowing what I know about him and about how my mother relates to him, I would say probably yes. As far as I can tell, she's got Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Because even now, she's still with the same man.
Oh my goodness. All right, so I think you said you was age 8 when he come into your life.
Yeah.
And in the first year, then he rises up in the church.
Yeah.
His position, and he's claiming he's got like healing powers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in that first year, then from 8 to 9. Was he dropping sleazy remarks around you, or was that later?
I think that was later. So
you thought he was okay in the first year,
well,
did you?
we were just getting used to some strange man in the house. So I think they were together a year before they got married. And the first year they were married, I think, was fine. It was probably that second year that things started to get weird. I didn't know it was weird.
So the second year of the marriage?
Yes.
Which is the third year you've known him?
Yeah.
That's when things start to get weird.
That's when things start to change. So that's when, all of a sudden, we're not allowed to take the TV in the house anymore. So the TV's gotten rid of because it's I don't know, the window to sin or some such nonsense. So we've got no TV. We then have...
Did you have a favourite show back then as a kid that you wanted to watch and it was suddenly stopped?
I think I was into Knight Rider and is it Airhawk? $6 Million Man.
Steve
Showing my age now. So I still love all that crap, by the way.
yeah, the Hulk.
exactly. Wonder Woman. So they were my shows. They were my shows.
So all of a sudden you've been deprived of your shows. Was he so dominant that you couldn't object to that? And
there was no objecting to anything. So like corporal punishment was normal in our house.
What methods of corporal punishment?
Either hand smacking, or we got to pick between hand, slipper, or a leather belt.
And that's on your hand, all of that?
No, like on your
backside?
On your rear end.
Okay.
So yeah, that was normal, but I think it was normal of the time.
There was corporal punishment, but I'm thinking with this guy, he's incorporating things of that era, but taking them way too far. It sounds like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I got caned a few times in school.
Yeah.
Things like that. But I mean, how often was corporal punishment dished out to you?
I would say, I'm going to say at least monthly.
Yeah, so...
And the thing is, when I think about children being naughty and playing up and things like that, the things that we got punished for were completely random and outlandish.
So he's looking for any excuse.
Yeah. I remember, and I know we used to get like put in our rooms sometimes. I remember getting into trouble because we'd used a bit of extra washing powder for washing clothes. But get this, so even from being, 8 years old, we had to wash our clothes in the bath, even though we had a washing machine. And so me and my little sister in the bath, hanging over the bath, washing clothes and what have you. And then actually got, a whooping for using more than was expected. And it just who does that? Who does that?
When you say whooping, specifically what happened?
Oh, I got a slipper to the arse.
Right.
But even then, before that had even happened, we were kind of lined up and kind of yelled at and trying to work who did it. And I'm like, it's not me. She's like, it's not me. And we're obviously frightened because you got this big old dude screaming at you. Unfortunately, because of mine and my sister's very different personality traits at the time, she was really quiet. So she was a wallflower. If there was people over, you wouldn't see her at all. Didn't really talk much, except to me at night time, which used to ugh. And because I was much more outgoing, just generally louder, it was just assumed that if something wasn't the way that people wanted it, it was probably my fault. And that, I didn't realise, but that stuck. So I used to get in trouble for stuff I didn't do all the time, to the point where it just became normal that, oh, you mean it's you.
Which then led to him punish you in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I think we were confused. I know I was confused. When you keep getting into trouble, but you don't really know why you're in trouble.
And in the beginning, you think you've done something, and you're wondering what the hell it is.
Yeah.
You're blaming yourself, aren't you?
Definitely. And so you kind of, it's a way of crushing your spirit. And then we had that coupled with, so it kind of taken some of the principles from Christianity. So we clung hard to that whole head of the household thing, which then meant my mother had to fall in line. As children, we had to fall in line, and he had the last and final say on everything. You look stressed.
No, it's this, the nature of the story is, it's serious, isn't it? It's serious. I know you're a smiley person, but it's a serious.
It's massively serious. And yeah. I think I forget, I've had time to sit on this and think and reflect, and I'm always still surprised by other people's response.
Well, I'm just getting pissed off because I'm not at you. This guy, what's developing here, what you're describing is, I'm finding it upsetting, and I'm emotionally angry at this person, and it's building up because more things are happening. And I
Yeah.
imagine the viewers who are watching this are probably feeling the exact same, because you are describing it in such detail and so brilliantly that we're all on board with you.
You get it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the whole head of the household thing, and another very common one, principle that was imposed upon us was, there's a scripture somewhere in the Bible. I'm assuming it's there, 'cause that's what they said. That something along the lines that God has placed like each authority on the earth, and because God's placed them there, we should kind of respect and honour that authority. But in my house, that was translated as, you mean, I'm the authority of this house. This is where God's placed me. If you disobey me, you're actually disobeying God. So that's what we grew up with.
Wow.
So we weren't allowed to question anything. I didn't know you could question things till I was about 30.
Good grief.
Because questions resulted in punishments. Any sort of, and obviously as a teenager, you do things purposely that you know is going to pee off your parents. So obviously I got to that age. But rather than, sit down, discuss, come to some sort of compromise, I got cold-shouldered. So none of my parents would speak to me for weeks on end whilst living in the house. And you just, and so you then associate doing bad things means being cut off from your family.
So he is like minor things, he's making them into big deals to punish you. But is your mum, does she just feel at this point that she's got to go along with whatever he says, or is she in standing up for you in some circumstances, saying this is on injustice?
I've seen my mum stand up for me once when I was getting racial abuse at school. That's the one and only time. So they had a very united front. What he said, she said. What she said, he said. And there was no moving of those rules or boundaries. There was no flexibility in those.
So you had no one to turn to?
No. And because they kept moving us from place to place to place, we couldn't develop any external friendships or relationships. Even things like, so they vetted all of our reading. Unless they said, a book was okay. So there was loads of, we didn't have access to just normal information. We didn't have the radio. We didn't have a TV. Told us we couldn't have Christmas trees because it was pagan and evil spirits lived in Christmas trees, even those plastic ones from B&Q. Do you know what I mean? And so
when you go to school and all the kids have got these other things, how did it make you feel when they're talking about what they're watching on TV and what they've got for Christmas?
It was awful. So, and this is something we kind of chuckle about it now, but it wasn't funny. The only clothes we had was school uniform, and our lovely grandma used to send these matching outfits. God knows where she got them from. She got them from the 1800s. So any child, like photographs of us when we're young, we look like Victorians because we're in these long dresses with like frills on the sleeves, frills down the front, around the collars, like a heavy velvet skirt. We look like something out of the 1800s.
Have you got any pictures of that we could perhaps put in the trailer?
Do you know what? I actually don't. I might have one picture. We don't have any access to anything from our childhood anymore.
So what did you dress for school like?
So we had school uniform, which was fine. It was non-uniform days, or what do they call it? Mufti days, they used to call it then. Mufti days were a nightmare. So we'd rock up in our, Victorian little house on the prairie dresses with like velvet and frills. And everybody else is wearing shell suits and trainers and rah-rah skirts with neon socks. Do you know what I mean?
And talking about Grange Hill.
It was, like even just things like little gangs of girls singing the latest pop songs. So you can't join in.
You had no music either.
The only music we had was like Christian music.
How many years did you go without music?
Those probably from, I would say 9 to 15.
Oh my God, music's so important to a young person
Yeah,
as well.
I was given some of my stepdad's. So we had like this old deck. It was like a record player, radio, but they'd ragged all the buttons off the radio, so I couldn't listen to the radio. And it had like a little tape deck in it. And so he gave me some tapes that I could listen to. One of them was the Human League, a Human League album. And I think the other one was Aha.
Take on Me.
And I think there might have been a Chris Rea one. That was, I mean, I have the musical tastes of like a middle-aged white guy.
Oh my goodness.
and I still like that stuff, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that was it. That was, you mean, the 80s and you mean most of the 90s. That's what I had access to. Other than that, it was all Christian artists of varying sorts. I mean, there'll be some people out there watching, like if I say Carmen, you're going to know what I mean. So I think at the time, Carmen was a very theatrical, charismatic, kind of Christian music artist. I think probably he'd borrowed from like pop stars who had started to use video. So you had like Michael Jackson and Prince have done like their music video movie type things. So he used to do those. So we were allowed to watch those. You mean about his conversations with, you mean, a warlock and a wizard, and you mean fighting their spiritual battle with each other. So that's what we had. We had a weekly family prayer night where we'd pray, read the Bible, do games, but all the games are Bible related. So it's like, who can find this Bible verse the fastest, and thumbing through. We like had to learn all the books of the Bible, all 66 in order. Don't ask me to say it. I mean, I probably could if I dug deep into the recesses. That's all. We weren't allowed to go to like. We didn't do like after school activities or go and hang out with friends.
What was it like at meal times?
Interesting. What made you ask that?
I'm just wondering because I think I had a conversation with someone the other day and they were talking about the etiquette of meals and whether they have to say prayer before meals and after the meals finish, if they have to do anything ritualistic or conversation-wise after the meals.
I would say, I mean, I do say grace before I eat still now. It was strange because probably from the age of, so at 10 years old, my little baby brother was born. Basically, upon his arrival, I was expected to take on some of the more adult caring responsibilities. So I did a lot of kind of caring for both the younger siblings. I'd come home from school and have to cook the dinner for everybody. And that was kind of put on me and my other sister. We did say prayers, definitely, but I don't think, and we always ate together whenever anyone was there. And I don't think there was anything ritualistic, particularly around meal times, other than saying prayers before you ate. The only thing that was definitely an issue was the force feeding.
Force feeding.
I don't have any other way to describe it.
What would create a force feeding situation?
Not eating everything on your plate. So everybody had to eat everything off their plate. I don't think I really had any issue with that. I like my food. But my lovely sister, who I had mentioned, was very quiet, very reserved, very much a wallflower, and would jump if you said boo. She really struggled with meal times in our family. And this is even from being quite small, kind of like 6, 7, and seeing her sitting at the table by herself, and she'd been there for 3 hours because she wasn't allowed to leave until she'd finished that food. And if she didn't finish it by the time it was bedtime, she'd get up in the morning and it would be there for breakfast. So that was just really intense, unnecessary, just, I don't understand the purpose in that other than to create compliance. Everything I've told you so far, when I reflect on it, was about creating compliance.
What if she couldn't eat it for breakfast?
There was definitely a punishment. So it would if she wasn't eating it, there would either be a beating of some description, or have to stay in her room by herself. And I think even now, she doesn't struggle with food now, but she did for the longest time because of the way that food had been used to abuse her.
So if you're grounded to your room then, and you've got no music, no books, no TV, what have you got in your room at that age? Toys or anything?
No. I don't think we had toys. I actually don't remember there being many toys in the house ever. We used to get stuff for our family occasionally. I had a Cindy doll. I definitely had a Cindy doll at some point. But no, we didn't have lots of toys. We just didn't. I think as we got a bit older, I think we were allowed to go out and play at the park that was a couple of doors down the street. With your own thoughts, innit?
If you go to the park then, and you've got, these particular clothes on and stuff, and there's other normal kids in the regular clothes, those kids, do you stand out and get picked on, or how does that work?
Okay, so you see I have purple hair. Right.
Love the purple hair.
I can honestly say that I've stuck out my entire life. So because of the area that we lived, there just weren't any other black or brown people. Primary school, it was just me until my sister joined. Whichever of the primary schools. High school was the same, I think. High school, there was me, my sister, who came 2 years later. I think at that time another black brother and sister joined, and I think there was 2 Chinese kids. And out of 1,000 kids, everyone else was white. So it didn't matter what we did. We would stick out. Coming dressed as Victorians on uniform day didn't make any difference because we already stuck out, and it was the same where we lived. So yeah, I've literally stuck out my entire life, and I kind of roll with it now. But it was very different experience. Again, just because our personality traits are so different. She hated school.
Did she get bullied more than?
Yeah.
Did you get bullied at all?
I got bullied, but I'm a fighter. So, and probably even now, my family will definitely say that when it comes to fight or flight, I don't really have a flight. I just have a fight. And I think it's kind of like a trauma response. So, and her trauma response was to retreat into herself, and mine was kind of a very angry, willing to fight self. So opposite ends of the same spectrum. So yeah, she hated school. She got bullied frequently, which meant I was fighting frequently on her behalf. But it also made sure that we have the strongest bond, because all we actually had was each other. The circumstances and the situation that had been manufactured around us forced us together. So we were each other's everything. I'm sure for probably at least 5 or 6 years, I might have been the only person she talks to. She could talk. She likes to save it up all day and then wait till bedtime. Nobody else is there. And then just...
She must be, internally though, she must be really traumatized from that.
Yeah. Well, children don't behave like that normally, do they? No.
I hope you are enjoying the podcast. Here's a word from our sponsor, Athletic Greens. As many of you know, I've recently had shingles, my immune system was down, and I'm bouncing back, taking AG1 in the morning. It's 1 scoop of powder mixed once a day with water, and Jen and I are taking it before breakfast daily. There's so many supplements on offer these days, but AG1 was developed with ease in mind. It's healthy, you can fit it into your lifestyle, and you don't have to do a lot. Jen said AG1 is helping her with her hurt and skin, and my eyebrows are looking quite luscious already. No need to take a bunch of different stuff when you can just mix 1 scoop of powder in water once a day. AG1 has been part of millions of mornings since 2010. AG1 gives you increased energy and mood support. Thanks to AG1's formula, I'm able to cover all of my nutritional bases every day. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/Shaun, SHAUN. That's athleticgreens.com/Shaun, SHAUN. Check it out. Link is in the description box below this video. Thank you for supporting our sponsor, Athletic Greens. I hope it helps you as much as it's helped me and Jen. So, we're talking now in terms of stepdad came in at age 8. Mm-hmm. You've described your parents have now had a son. This is about 3 or 4 years in to when he's been coming to your life. Mm-hmm. It was the 3rd year he came into your life that he started to behave more inappropriately.
Definitely.
So how did that increase then after they had the son?
I think the arrival of my brother... I think my mum was quite sick, actually, after having my brother. So for like 6 months, she was essentially bedridden, which was how me and my sister ended up with so many other responsibilities. So we'd been taken to nursery, bathing, cooking dinners, all those sorts of things.
Was that a physical thing or postnatal depression?
I don't know, actually. I think she'd had some sort of surgery after the birth. But I don't know. All I remember is that she was in a room and we didn't see her. It's like, like a Miss Havisham type of affair where we know there's somebody in that room, but nobody goes in.
So you're only dealing with him now?
We're only dealing with him
for 6 months?
Yeah.
What was that like?
I think he tried to make it as fun as possible, to be honest with you. And I think that was the start of... I didn't understand it as inappropriate at that time, but it was like him coming to me for help and how it would be so amazing and how like I'm being really supportive. And when you're a child or a young adult, whatever, like that feels great, doesn't it?
Because you're about what, 12 in the story here. Yeah.
So that feels great that, like they trust me and like they appreciate me and all of this sort of stuff. So I would say from that point is what started to develop this newer type, different relationship. And so he seemed really appreciative, and because of that would want to treat you and like, I'll go and buy you popcorn, or I'll take you out for breakfast. And so that's when all of these things started. And to the untrained eye, it looks fine. It looks absolutely fine. And of course, being raised in this kind of reclusive environment anyway, I had no idea about people. I honestly believed people didn't lie, because if you lied, God's going to open up the clouds and strike you with a bolt of lightning. That's what I actually believed. And so I didn't think people lied, because if they're dead, they'd be dead.
Wow. He's an absolute authority in your eyes then.
Yeah, yeah,
And he's suddenly been really nice to you.
yeah, absolutely. In fact, going back a little earlier than that, so we used to like prank each other in the house and things like that. And it's not until I've kind of reflected on it a bit. So when my birth dad left, sorry to tell this to the world, but my response was bedwetting, which went on for years, actually. And I think eventually at about 8, some sort of health worker or social worker or something or other provided my mum with this archaic, it was like chicken wire, like a mesh sheet, but with much smaller holes that had to go under my sheet. And if it got wet, a big alarms went off to wake me up so that I could go to the toilet or change the sheets. I don't know what kind of torture implement that was.
I've never heard anything like that before in my life.
But it was, see, when I say the people who like that, what is that? I don't know where it came from. I don't know how it arrived. So I had that for a couple of years, which I don't know if you've ever been woken up by something that sounds like a fire alarm or an air raid siren. It was,
gets your adrenaline going?
It was horrific. So it doesn't make for restful sleep at all. Once I'd finally kind of gotten over the bedwetting, my stepdad thought it would be really funny, and he'd do this regularly, to hide an alarm clock in my room to go off at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'd wake up to, and then bearing in mind, this has been going on for years now, being woken up by alarms, can't find it anywhere, so you're freaking out and you're searching your room, and then I have to go to my parents and I'm crying because I don't, this is not, and he's like pretending to be asleep, laughing. And so this went on for years. But when I was 12, and I didn't realise at the time, but it made sense, because that's when he started coming into my room at night and waking me up.
All right, let's stop a minute. The first time he did that, what was his reason he had for going into your room?
He woke me up, got me out of bed. So I actually shared a room with my sister at the time. Bunk beds. Woke me up. He's like, shh, go out into the hall. Our mum was always, so she worked away a lot. And so his reasoning was that he was really lonely, missing my mum, just needed someone to hold on to. Could I get into the bed and, just whilst my mum's away? And I don't know, like as a 12-year-old girl, like what do you say to that?
Your brain's just got to be like...
What do you say to that?
Yeah.
And I'm sure, I know I responded something like, why? I don't actually remember what I know I did respond. It's just like, what, your whole body and mind knows that you're in danger, even though it doesn't look like obvious danger, but you know this isn't okay. But the way that he was talking to me made it sound like the most normal, natural thing in the world. And having spent years training me to wake up in the middle of the night, yeah, that, when you're doing it, the penny drops and you're like, damn, that's a long game. That is a long game, coupled with all of the different ways of forcing compliance, not allowing us to like have an opinion or a view or question things, inserting himself as the authority in the... It was... I was just shocked. I think I was so shocked because I had no way of understanding what was happening. I had no way of understanding why it was happening. I had no one to talk to about it. Because by this point, they've spent years moving us from house to place to town. We don't have any friendships. Our family, extended family, live miles and miles. We don't even have phones at this point. Do you know what I mean? To send a text or ring a family member. And I just remember feeling trapped. And so that's how it started. That's the first time that he made me get into bed with him. Prior to that, there'd been multiple instances of one of the houses that we lived in. We lived in 3 houses on the same street. Sure, there's a logical explanation for this. I can't find it. So it was linked to my mum's job, and the house had 3 bedrooms, I think. So me and my sister shared a room. Little brother had his own room. Parents had their room. But then they built an extension downstairs at the back of the house to create another bedroom. So I ended up getting my own bedroom. But what actually happened was, so we had the front of the house was a living room, then a big dining room, then a kitchen, then a bathroom on the end, then my room. All that had happened was nobody could hear me scream now.
Oh my God.
Because in the middle of the night, I was downstairs at the very far end of the house and everybody else was upstairs. And
so that was part of his calculation, was to put that room back there.
Yeah. It's horrifying thing. Because when you watch I don't know, CSI and Special Victims Unit and all those things, and there's the dodgy basement with a bed in it, and that's what I think of it as now. And so I don't know how much detail to go into, but things like that. He would just come in my room and want to talk, and inappropriate touching, making me do inappropriate touching, telling me that this is fun, that this is how I'm going to prepare you for life, because this is what men are going to want, blah, 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 blah. And it's just, it's horrifying. I don't know, people went to these lengths. Did you?
It's disgusting, isn't it? He's so calculating what he's done here and just built it up over years.
Yeah. And it's in the middle of it, you have no way of knowing that that's what's happening, particularly when you factor in the isolation. I remember having to do a project for school about the Gulf War. And we had to get a lady from church to tape the news so that I could do my homework, because we literally didn't have access to the news to know who the Prime Minister was, or what's happening in the world. We had access to nothing. Dude's a sick man.
I've got some questions, but I don't want it to be too dark here. But I think people need to know: had you hit puberty at this point?
Yes, I had, because I definitely was an early bloomer.
And you said he was touching you up and stuff. Had he full assaulted you at this point?
In the eyes of the law, yes. Yeah. Although I didn't acknowledge it as such at the time. I think for me, when you know it's wrong and it's not okay, but when someone that has built up this trust with you for all these years tells you that it is okay and that it's fine, and that actually I'm just teaching you, and I've got no other input to counteract that. It felt uncomfortable and weird and wrong, but it didn't. I didn't immediately acknowledge it as assault. But the first time that he made me get in his bed, that for me was even I can't trick myself out of making a reason for this.
Did you feel changed as a person after that first assault?
Yeah.
When you went back to your room, which room were you in at that point?
I was sharing with my...
He took you to his room, didn't he, in
Yeah.
that one? So when you went back to your room then, what was going through your head?
I was scared. I was scared. I don't even know what I was scared of. I would just remember being scared, wishing my mum was there.
And you had absolutely no way to reach out to her, did you?
No. And I think the worst thing was begging her to not go away. And she used to travel a lot for work, and kind of begging and pleading with her to not go and not being listened to, but also feeling like you can't even tell her why. I'm pretty sure during that time that I wasn't the only infidelity. So I remember me and my sister coming home from school and finding like this pair of green stilettos. And we're like, whose are these? And just in random instances. And he would constantly be bragging about, who such and such had been coming on to him. And
He's a narcissist.
yeah. And but because he was like that, it became normal in our house that he would talk about these things and it wouldn't be a thing. Or that we could, the whole family could have a conversation about the size of my breasts now or my hips.
Or your breasts?
Yeah.
At age 12?
Yeah, even before then.
Oh my God.
So constantly drawing attention to, hasn't this bit grown now? And, look at that now. And all the boys
Was that in
are
front
up.
of your mum?
Yeah.
What was her attitude to that?
It was completely normalised. And even though I didn't like it, it was just brushed off as, it's just like family banter, like just deal with it. And it probably wasn't until my first kind of long-term boyfriend who was like, your dad's a bit weird with you, isn't he? Like, touchy-feely.
How old were you then?
I was 15. And so things like being smacked on the bum at home and that's in front of everybody, that was normal. Or like, just stand there, turn around. And all that stuff was completely normal in my house. And there was nobody to say otherwise.
All right, so let's we'll go back then. So it's happened once. You're devastated and confused because you're so young. You're trying to process it. You can't reach out to your mum. How long was it before it happened again?
It was whenever my mother was away. So that could be anything from, twice a month to once a quarter kind of thing.
And you earlier on you said, this bedroom was out back and no one could hear you scream from this bedroom. So was that, a situation where you were screaming while this was?
No. I don't think I've ever screamed about that. I think I already knew there's nobody listening. And I know that sounds very defeatist, but I wasn't unaware of the situation we lived in. I wasn't unaware of the isolation that we lived in constantly. It wouldn't have mattered who I told. And it turned out I was right, actually, because when I did finally come out and tell somebody, it ruined my life.
We're going to get to that then. So, the next time he came, was it the same? Did he just say the same things to you?
It was the same.
Did you say anything to like him? I'm not going with you. I don't want to do that. Blah blah blah.
I have, but the problem is, in order to have that conversation, I've got to leave the room because otherwise, then my sister's up, and then that's not really something What do you say?
Once you're out the room, he's got you in his clutches.
Exactly, and it's like it's an adult and a child essentially, and it's an adult in a position of authority and power over said child.
So if you objected, what would he say to you?
There wasn't. It's just not listened to. Like, I don't want to is not something that was ever listened to in my house in any context. We didn't have our own opinions, thoughts, weren't asked. We've come home from school and just been told, pack up your stuff because we're moving. We never got asked about any, we didn't have a view or an opinion.
Were the moves part of his strategy to get away with this activity?
Absolutely. What I actually believe is that there are multiple victims in multiple places, and the fact that we were moving was basically looked like somebody might find out or has found out, let's move. And I honestly believe that with every fibre of my being, that this is what has allowed him to continue to abuse girls and young women.
Do you think that your mum picked up on what was going on at some point?
Don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that having had a face-to-face conversation with her to tell her what had been happening, she knows.
Yeah, because we had a woman on called Maya, the podcast called Pure Evil Dad. And when it all came out, she said she thought her mum was going to be like shocked and everything. And the mum was pissed off because the dad loved the daughter and not her.
God.
Yeah.
Let me just pose something to you. So I, for the longest time, gave my mother the benefit of the doubt and believed that she'd been lied to, manipulated, probably abused in her own relationship with my stepdad anyway, which is not unheard of. Probably maybe 6 or 7 years ago, my sister called. She was like, oh, have you got your birth certificate? I was like, yeah. She said, oh, have you got your change of name certificate as well? So me and my sister both had our surnames changed to our stepdad's name rather than our birth dad's name, which is not unusual. I mean, blended families, they do that. She was like, okay, go and get it. I was like, oh, all right. Went and got it. She's like, well, what date's on it? And I told her the date. She was like, what date did they get married? And I was like, huh. When we checked the dates on the change of name certificate, which had been stamped by the judge at the court, was a year before we met him. So we were like, what? How could our mother have allowed her 2 daughters to change their name to some guy that we had never met, didn't know, and it kind of felt like we'd been sold. Do you know what I mean? And that, I mean, I don't have the answer. I don't have an explanation for it. All I know is that those dates don't add up. I mean, they did eventually ask us, but once they'd asked us and we'd agreed to change our names and obviously produce the paperwork, but then upon reflection, you're like, this happened long before we were asked or gave consent. And it's just, why would you do that? Why would you do that? So I haven't delved into it any further because it's going to be nothing good, let's be honest.
There's a lot of complicity here, isn't there?
Yes, it's going to be nothing good. And I, despite everything, I want to be able to stay in a place where I can forgive them and live my life. Because I do want to forgive them. That doesn't mean like you're in prison and wouldn't be good. It would totally be good. But for my own well-being, sometimes you just got to understand when there's nothing to there's nothing that will benefit me from delving into that. So I haven't. I've just put it on the pile of, the dumpster fire.
Because he's built this persona then as a religious leader.
Yeah.
Is he using that, or is he saying anything to you to justify what he's doing to you?
Yeah. So, he decided to become like a qualified pastor. Does it do qualified? I don't know. Some sort of online course to become a recognised minister. And it just meant that at every church community that we were in, he made a kind of beeline to be associated with the leaders, or sometimes go in and challenge the leaders and say, well, actually, no, God's told me X, Y, and Z. This person should be gone. And again, present himself as the hero of the story. So this was a very common thread. He also made sure that he befriended my grandfather. So my grandfather is a very influential person over our whole family. And of course, being from a generation before, the kind of whole head of the household and the male authority over the family, it's a little bit like Godfather nonsense, like where you've got the one guy who rules it all, and everyone's beholden to them. And he spent years cultivating a relationship with my grandfather in order to usurp his authority over the entire family, which he did mightily successfully. And so he would kind of use my grandfather's reputation as a way to ingratiate himself in other Christian communities. To the point that he actually conducted my baptism, which is crazy. I'll come to that bit after. So yeah, he worked so hard at this persona and was involved in lots of kind of like mission organizations and going to speak at places and going abroad. So my granddad arranged for him to go to like Haiti and go and preach in Haiti. And so he'd built up all of this momentum and reputation as, I'm going to say it, man of God. I hate that term with a vengeance, which is why I kind of added the air quotes in. And I don't dispute that. There are some people who, God has gifted in lots of different ways. But the whole notion of a super spiritual, sinless kind of man of God who can never be wrong is such a dangerous ideology. It's basically Putin, isn't it? Basically Putin. And it's an unhealthy ideology, which you see a lot in religious organizations. And it's something that, for me, total trigger. I'm like, don't even say those words to me. If I hear those words, I'm gone. As far as I'm concerned, all people are children of God. There's none higher or lower or greater or lesser. And those that seek to exalt themselves are usually doing it for all the wrong reasons. So, red flag.
So in the context of what he was doing to you then, the abuse, was he saying religious things to try and justify it?
So it didn't start out that way. So I would say between the ages of 12 and 15, I would have said that there was no religious element other than what was already going on in the household. That came later. I don't want to skip ahead too far.
No. Let's do it in the order of things happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next thing I need to tell you is how I ended up leaving home. So
Is this before or after you got a boyfriend coming over and is noticing these things?
this overlaps.
Okay.
So between the ages of 12 and 15 were the instances of my stepdad waking me up, taking me to his bed whenever my mother was away. I eventually plucked up the courage to tell my mum.
What was going on in your life that gave you the courage to do that?
I couldn't
Just
take...
maturity as you're getting older and you're realising.
No, I couldn't take it anymore. And to me, it was before we kind of started the interview, I said that I'm a very justice-minded person. And it was that caused me to be unable to hold it in. And it actually wasn't about justice for me. For me, it was about the dishonour to my mother. And it's like, I've got to tell her. And because I suspected that there were other women as well.
Kids, maybe, as well.
That is what drove me to eventually tell it. And it is probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life.
Let's go through this slowly then.
Okay.
Had it just happened to you again that caused you to think this enough is enough? I'm going to tell her.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Actually, I honestly don't remember.
So how old were you at this point of the story?
So I was 15.
You're 15.
15.
Is you waiting for her to be alone to tell her?
Yeah.
And where is she at
that? So she was in the kitchen. I don't know where my siblings were. I have, like I said, that whole incident was traumatic. It really, really was. And I just remember feeling sick and dizzy and trying to work out what I was going to say, how I was going to say it, and then remembering to do that. And I don't even know how well I explained it to her. She was in the kitchen. She was busy in the kitchen and didn't stop what she was doing to listen to me. I'm a mother. I don't know if you've got any children, but if your child starts to explain that they're being harmed and abused in some way, like, you don't just carry on doing what you're doing, do you?
Can you remember specifically what you said to her?
I think I tried to be gentle. So trying to explain to her, I think I explained that.
How did you broach the subject?
I told her that there was something important that I needed to tell her, and that it might upset her, and I didn't know who else to talk to about it, but I felt that she needed to know, and I think I tried to provide her with the context. So I think I tried to say how uncomfortable I felt around my stepdad, and that sometimes he'd been like inappropriate and touching me and things like that. And I think I eventually then worked up to, he's been asking me to get into his bed while you're away.
As this conversation is progressing, is she just listening to you or is she interjecting?
She didn't say a thing.
Okay.
She didn't say a thing. And once I'd finished kind of telling her, she carried on doing what she was doing. I don't know if she was baking or I don't know. She was doing something in the kitchen and she didn't stop. And kind of once I'd finished talking, she just looked at me and said, "Are you sure that's what happened?" And I'm like, yes, I'm sure that's what happened. And she was like, okay. Like, just okay. And then I left. So I didn't get like a hug or an acknowledgement that, the trauma of the situation. There was no anger about what had happened. There was, I could kind of feel she was angry.
Because that could go either way, couldn't it? It could be she's in shock.
Yeah.
Or, as opposed to complicity.
Yeah. So I don't at that time, it didn't feel like she was complicit or anything. She just shut down and just said like, "Are you sure?" I was like, yeah, I'm sure. It's like, okay. And that was the entire conversation. About maybe 2 or 3 days later, I got summoned to the living room. So they're both there, mum and stepdad. They've made sure that the other kids are out of earshot and whatnot. And so I'm at one end of the living room, they're sat at the other end of the living room. And basically my mum starts to tear strips off me. How dare I say these things about her husband? I'm trying to ruin their marriage. That she thought I was better than that. She didn't think she'd raised a child that way. How much I'm trying to destroy his reputation.
And who else was in the room?
My stepdad, just those two.
Just them.
And he sat there and didn't say a thing. And I just saw a little smirk. And he sat there supporting my mother while she tore strips off me. And I didn't, what? I don't, even now, I'm just like, how does one digest that? So it's gone from, you mean a child disclosing abuse to the one person in the whole world who, you mean, should have your back, to that same person calling me for everything about the wickedness I'd visited upon them. And I was like...
Must have been devastating.
I still have no words. I still have no words because she was fuming. Absolutely fuming. And to add insult to injury, not only was she having a go at me about trying, like I was some sort of marriage wrecker, and how I was, you mean, destroying his reputation, and about how wicked I was, and you mean God's going to punish me, all those things. I remember her saying, using a word I'd never actually heard before. She used the word molested. And I literally remember sitting there thinking, what's molested? Because I'd never actually heard the word before. My mum then told me that they'd already spoken to the leaders at church, who'd been made aware of what I had been doing and the lies that I'd been telling, and that they were kind of recommending that I go in to be like prayed for. And it's like that day, my world died, because not only had I been abused, the one person who should have had my back to defend me, not only did she not defend me, she teamed up with my abuser to attack me. I was actually innocent. And the only place that I could have gone to get any help, they'd gone there before me to make sure that everybody already knew that I was a liar and that I'd accused this wonderful man of molesting me. And so there was no defense or protection for me at all. And that is probably one of the most scarring things that's ever happened to me. And I carried that around for 25 years. For 25 years, the whole of my family all believed that I'd lied and that I'd caused this problem and that it was my fault and I tried to destroy their marriage. It's a heavy load for a 15-year-old.
Heartbreaking. So what was the role of your boyfriend in this at this time?
So I use the term boyfriend very loosely. So after that, I mean, both my parents, they stopped speaking to me for like a month. Like just.
Are you still in the house at this point?
I'm still in the house, yeah. They would not speak to me. I think my stepdad was the first to start speaking to me again. But then you're in that horrible situation where the whole world was gaslighting me. The whole world was saying, this never happened. You lied. The whole world. I didn't know what gaslighting was at the time. All I knew was that my truth was being presented as a lie, and because of that, made me a liar and the bad guy in this story, and that's how I was treated.
Did he try and do it again?
No. I was definitely black sheeped at that point. So he spoke to me again before my mum did. My mum she was vicious with it. It's like I didn't exist. And for somebody who's grown up with only the people in their house to relate to, it was a huge deal. But that kind of spurred me so things like I stopped coming home after school and I'd just go and hang out with people, whoever. And I think I'd been one of the lads at my school. He didn't have a great family life either. So he was already living by himself at 15. I think he'd been in foster care and things like that. So I just kind of stayed on his floor for a couple of weeks. And like a shared house, and the landlord was just showing some new people around and just befriended some guy. We got chatting. Turned out he lived at the bottom of the street where my parents lived. And so rather than going home, I just went there. Eventually went and picked up my stuff. And that's I don't even know how to explain it. So I think for me at that time, being 15 years old and having had this horrendous experience, I was befriended an older guy, similar age to my stepdad, actually, maybe like a year apart or something. So they were similar age, but I felt completely like much safer with this version than the version that was at home. So things like he'd walk me back to my parents' house to collect things, and my stepdad would come flying out the house and started like an actual physical fight, screaming at this guy to, get off my property, stay away from my daughter, rah, rah, rah. So you've got this whole twisted kind of gaslighting. What you say is a lie, like you're just making this stuff up, you're just trying to destroy us, blah, blah, blah. And then on the flip side, me trying to escape and having attention from another man turns him into some kind of jealous rage monster. And it's the feeling of being owned never really left. And so it was very easy after that point to just not go back. So I didn't.
So this other older man then, was the attention from him appropriate or inappropriate?
I have no idea because so I do have a friend who refers to him as, the paedophile, you mean? I never ever saw it like that. We did have a sexual relationship. It felt to me quite normal and enjoyable. We stayed in a relationship for like 7 years, so it's not like it was a fly-by-night type of thing.
Did he know what happened?
Yeah.
And did the lad who came...
No, okay, but he knew that I'd left home. He knew that I'd left home because of family issues.
He didn't know the extent?
No, nobody knew the extent, but
What about the lad who saw your stepdad inappropriately touching you, who commented on it? Did he know the extent of what happened?
No, nobody
And
did.
was that the one whose floor you were sleeping on?
No, it was they were different people.
Okay.
But nobody knew, because I don't know if you're able to understand this the way that I explain it. The way that we learn is through experience. So if you've done something and the experience has been not only negative but traumatic, the likelihood of you doing that again is slim to none. That's what happened when I told the truth. I told the truth about what had been happening to me, and my world blew up. They made damn sure that I was not going to tell anyone again, and I didn't for a really, really long time. There was no, in my eyes anyway, I was like, if my own mother won't even listen to me or defend me and is now actually in attack mode and trying to destroy...
What hope is there?
What hope is there straight? Yeah. So I never mentioned it again for the longest time.
All right, so you get out the house.
Mm-hmm.
The stepdad abuse stops. You're in a consensual relationship with an older man.
Yeah.
For 7 years.
Yeah.
And what was your life like? Was it abuse free that 7 years?
I think it was abuse free, but I think there'd be a lot of frowning going on.
Because how old were you?
So I was 15 when I met him.
So legally, then you were underage in this country.
Legally I was underage. So I think I was pretty soon 16. I mean, I was still attending school, did my GCSEs and whatnot. Went to college.
Was he generally okay with you though?
He was great. I thought he was great. He showed me a world I'd never seen, because I'd never seen the world.
So you got music, TV, books, all that stuff.
We were all
going
like
out, pubs,
festivals.
and dancing,
Exactly. I had the best time. Unfortunately, because of my level of ignorance and his kind of carefree approach to life, so the first drug I tried was heroin.
At what age?
I was at 15.
So he introduced you to heroin at age 15?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that it was heroin. So it was kind of like it was a shared house, and so people were in and out. And
smoking or injecting?
Smoking. And it was just like a group of people, having a sesh, as people do. And they were like, oh, do you want some brown? And I was like, all right. Because I'd never heard of heroin. Didn't know drugs were bad, didn't know that you could become an addict. No, I had no clue. And so that, I just didn't know. I just didn't know. And it was just one of a number of things that people were taking. So there was like, am I allowed to list them on YouTube, or shall I let's just say there was a lot of substances.
Did the first time you took heroin then, because, from interviewing people who've been through things, they're not given the tools to deal with it. They can't, it's difficult to process at a young age. And then when they do get onto drugs, street drugs, which many of them do, the majority I would say, they take that drug and all that trauma, all of a sudden, it's especially with heroin, because it's like...
it's a depressant, isn't it? And
it puts you so far out of
it. Opiate
softens the trauma. Is that what happened with you?
Definitely.
So you thought, right, this is something that's probably good for my mind right now.
For me, it was all about escape. That's why I ran away from home. That was an escape. Hooking up with this older guy, that was an escape. And he actually made me feel the safest that I'd probably felt in the past 5-7 years. He was always a gentleman. He let me see the world in a semi-safe manner. Do you know what I mean? I never felt abandoned or abused or anything like that during most of the time that we were together. And I think the only reason we didn't stay together was because of his addiction. really.
Did it get accelerate?
Yeah, definitely.
How did that show itself?
I mean, I've always worked, so irrespective of what drugs I was or wasn't taking, because I'd kind of left home so young. I think back in those days, I couldn't claim any benefits because I was too young, but I could get a job. So I always had a part-time job when I was at school. Then when I went to college, and it crept in, but I eventually realised that I was financially supporting both of us. And it got to the point where I think he was claiming disability benefits for whatever health condition. And I'd get paid. And then at the end of the week, neighbours would be knocking on the door. Oh, he owes me this money. Oh, he owes me that money. And so basically, I was paying off all his debts that he'd accumulated over the week. Whenever he got paid, disappear for the day, come back broke, and it just got to the point where it was just like, I can't do this. This isn't a relationship anymore. Actually, you're just taking advantage of me. So I ended it. Even then, I never really understood what addiction was. So I ended up going through my withdrawal from heroin, just thought I had the flu or I was sick.
How many years were you doing heroin for?
I think altogether about 13.
And did it progress to injecting it?
No, I've never injected any drugs, mostly because I was scared to die. Mm-hmm. So no, I've never injected any drugs.
So what was the withdrawal like?
I had contents coming out of both ends at the same time. Being cold, and I was on my own as well, so I was living in it was just a step up from a bomdy. For those of you who don't know, bomdy is a Scouse term for a dilapidated abode. It was dilapidated. There was like a hole in the ceiling where like a hurricane came through. It was in the top of a really big building, and so there's sloped roof in one room, and there was holes there. You could hear the rats running about, broken glass in the window, so that it was just a hovel, like absolute hovel. And I was so sick. I just assumed that I'd caught something. Yeah, it was. In fact, actually, I should be a bit clear with this. I didn't take heroin for the whole entire time, so it would have been from, let me see, 15 to about 20, 21. And I think after that point, I just kind of dabbled and found other substances that I liked. Because, when I did my kind of withdrawal, not knowing at the time that that's what was happening, and honestly, I'm actually really thankful for that little bit of ignorance, because had I known what it was, I'd have gone and fixed it, wouldn't I, in the worst possible way, and gone and taken more drugs and just continued the cycle.
What was your relationship with your sister like over these years, from 15 to early 20s?
My best buddy in the whole world.
So you were still in contact, and she was
the only one that I was actually in contact with. I didn't speak to my stepdad for maybe 3-4 years. I just refused to have anything to do with him. But of course, that also included my mother. Not that that's what I wanted. It isn't what I wanted at all. It also meant I missed out on kind of developing any kind of real relationship with my younger brother as well. But no, me and my sister we always just had each other, and it hasn't mattered what I've gone through or what she's gone through. She's always been there, and I've always been there. We do describe each other as she's my other half.
Yeah.
in the best possible way. I mean, I would always say she's the better half. Definitely.
What were the circumstances whereby you had to meet your stepdad again then?
Right.
I mean, that must have been head-wrecking.
It's horrendous. So the first relationship I had with this older guy, we actually moved all the way down south to Somerset, which I absolutely loved it down there. The drugs were already starting to get a bit on top. But my sister got pregnant very young, and I was just like, actually, I don't want to be away from her. So we moved back to the area where the family were living, and we didn't have anywhere to stay. So Mom, is it okay if me and my boyfriend come and live with you for a couple of months till we found somewhere to live? Which, because so much time had passed, I thought would be... I knew I wasn't going to convince anybody of what happened. Like, that was a given. So it was either get over it and get your family back, or don't see any of them again. And because that's how they've always played, it's either our way or the highway. I knew that was the case. So me and my then boyfriend moved in and paid rent for one of the rooms at my parents' house.
How weird was that then? Describe seeing him again after all those years.
He carried on like nothing had happened, but so did my mum.
He wasn't a touchy-feely?
No, what we had instead was he refused to speak to my boyfriend at all, ever. So he'd speak to me and conversate with everybody in the house, refused to speak. So being like a room full of like chatting or dinner time, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's the most childish, manipulative. So we had to share a house knowing that my stepdad refused to speak to my boyfriend ever. And obviously we didn't stay long.
Did it come to blows between them again?
No, it came to blows between me and my stepdad, because I was just like...
An actual physical fight?
It wasn't quite a physical fight. I was definitely screaming.
What triggered that?
I think he started to badmouth my boyfriend about something or other. And I was just like, don't you effing dare. Like, how dare you? Like, I know you. Like, I know who you are, what you're like. You've got no right to be chastising and beating down this lovely guy who's actually been looking after me all these... And it came across as a jealous boyfriend. And it was horrible.
And he's always deflecting from what he's done, isn't he?
And so having to live... It's like living in a house with your boyfriend and your ex. Nobody would choose to do that, would they?
And what was your mum's attitude towards you staying there?
I honestly don't know. The lady who I thought she was, turns out she wasn't. And we've never really been close. When I was very, very young, she was all broken up about her husband, which, is fine. After that point, she just worked and worked and worked. So we had people living with us because she was at work. Then when my stepdad came along, she was still at work. And so she was absent a lot. And despite what had happened, I still had a better relationship with my stepdad than I did with my mother.
Wow.
And that's because, he put the time in. So, and it's twisted. I get that it's twisted, but he'd check in on you. He'd like, let's go. I'll go and treat you, or you mean just take the time to, oh, what's going on today? And she never did any of that, ever. Like, oh, let's have a look at your homework. And there's all those sorts of things that is like normal, familial interaction. She didn't do that. And it's like she had abandoned us to him. And it's... So, yeah, she was at work.
Did they have any more kids other than your brother?
No. So, yeah, she was just absent. That's all I can say. She never ever volunteered how she felt about something. She would be angry or stoic or choose to ignore or give the silent treatment. But I have never heard her own, other than that, day in the living room, never heard her tell me what she really thinks or feels.
So you stayed with them then, and then you went to.
We've lived at a couple of places in the same area, Liverpool side, and for the best part, I actually think moving to Liverpool was really good for me and really bad for my boyfriend at the time. So what had been, manageable drug use.
A lot of drugs here.
Liverpool has a lot of drugs here. So that's immediately kind of what we gravitated to. And his addiction escalated. I was still working, so I was going to work every day.
What was your job?
I had several over the time. So I remember working in Garston at a franking machine company. I had a dodgy sales job for some scam company that supposedly sold diaries. The diaries were supposed to go to like emergency services, and then they were getting local companies to put an ad in the diary. And I was probably there about 3 or 4 months. Has anyone ever actually seen one of these diaries? And so they had a couple there, but then they were like a few years old. These diaries never existed.
Dear.
And so they just had a bunch of us on the phone selling advertising to any Tom, Dick and Harry. Didn't stay there too long. I worked for a... was it a solicitor's? I think it was a solicitor's... mortgage company. There we go. I worked for a mortgage company selling... the right to buy scheme to council tenants, which I actually really enjoyed, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed that. Used to work for Kirby Vacuum, as a like a vacuum technician, essentially. So repairing Kirby vacuum cleaners, which I again loved. I did get the sack because I can't find my way around. This was like pre-sat nav, so just let people know, pre-sat nav. And I couldn't find my way around. So I was going to clients' houses to like repair their vacuum cleaners. Also got, taught to upsell whilst I was there, that kind of thing. And I think at the time, the Kirbys were going for like $2,000.
Weren't they?
Yeah. They were like big. And so some of the houses we went to were like, huge, big mansions and all the rest of it. But yeah, I was late for nearly every single job because I can't read a map. I still can't read a map. But I genuinely loved that job. So I've carried it on now because I like DIY and things like that. So I love building things and making things. But yeah, apparently navigating is not.
Well, I'm glad you got here today.
It's not. Honestly, I was so impressed with myself. I got here the first time. I didn't get lost or end up in a random place. I was like, oh yes.
So how old are you when you broke up with the older man?
I was 21.
And what was your plan for that after that?
I didn't have one, which is possibly where the problem started. So I was working, which was great. Couldn't stay in the flat that we shared, so then I had to move to another flat, which was the horrible broke down bombedy place that I was in. And because of our associates through drug use, they were basically the only people that I knew. So I kind of continued hanging out with those sorts of people. And I was I was using a lot of crack was my drug of choice at that time. And so I was using that a lot, spending a lot. But as it was kind of like just me, and I got a job and car and all that kind of stuff. And I had gone for a job interview. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a sales job somewhere. So it was closer than the one that I was working at the time. Went for the job interview, which ended up started working in a pub. Sorry, the interview was in a pub. So I think one of my neighbours on the road had said, oh, like somebody that I know has got a business and is looking for new staff. And so gave the contact details, and then I arranged to meet this guy in the local pub, like over the road, for my interview. The interview went really well, and like we hit it off immediately. He was an exceptionally charismatic, confident, intelligent guy, like totally whisked me off my feet. So kind of at the end of the interview, he was like, well, you've definitely got the job. And I was just like, well, if I work for you, then nothing can happen between us, because like, I'm not going to do that. That's crazy. So in the end, I didn't take the job, and kind of started dating this guy. And it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So he ran his own business. He'd got like offices in like the good part of town, and a whole team of staff and everything. And like every night was like ate out every night, and you mean out drinking and clubbing and all the rest of it. So I was kind of doing that in between, like staying at mine, staying at his, going to work. And I think within a month, I wasn't really going home that much. He was like, well, why have you still got that crappy little flat? It's like, just get rid of it. And I was like, oh no, but like, I mean, I still want my independence, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's just say he's very persuasive, very, very persuasive. And of course, he had a lovely place, like, you mean, in a good part of town, and everything that I needed. And I was just like, oh my God, this is amazing, as you do. So eventually moved in, got rid of my own flat. Then he was like, doesn't make any sense you keep working somewhere else. Like, why are you working there? You can just go and work for me. And then like, we're both making money from the business and blah, blah, blah. Persuaded me to give up my job and go and work for him, which I did. And unfortunately for me, because my stepdad had treated me the way that he had, I think I was just an easy target. And I don't say that to suggest that he purposely sought me out. I don't think that's what happened at all. I just think that two very unhealthy people were attracted to each other's unhealthiness.
Because from what you described so far, it sounds like you're having the time of your life.
I was having the
But
time.
now it's going to flip, is it?
Yeah, I was having the time of my life. Thought I'd found the one. He was head over heels in love with me, vice versa. And And things happen so slowly. So first of all, I gave up my flat. Then I gave up my job and I started working for him. Turns out I was awesome at this job. So I was getting paid my salary. I was probably bringing 2 to 3K in commissions, like every 2 months. It was like, he did begrudge giving me that. And I was like, well, did the work. So for like the first year was amazing. Like he took me on holiday abroad at least 3 times. He'd been married before, so I met his ex and his 2 kids, and like all really got along well. And you don't notice it at the time. So things like, oh, I want to go and like, oh, pop up and see my mum or things like that. And so we'd come initially, but then it's like, oh no, we're too busy. Like we'll have to plan it for some other time. Like I've got meetings or this, that, and other. So it did the same thing as my stepdad, where my world shrunk and I was being isolated from people. So the crew that I used to hang out with and smoke drugs and all the rest of it, kind of like make you very like awkward introductions. And then it's like, who's that? Used to love calling people the scum of the earth. I was like, they're the scum of the earth. You're not hanging around with them, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just like, look, I get they're a bit rough around the edges, but actually they're all right people. Do you know what I mean? So they were cut off immediately. Like I wasn't allowed to have any kind of contact with them because, you can do better. You don't need to be hanging around with them, which is probably true. So then I'd be going, if he had business meetings or times when he had to go away, so I'd end up away with him, and just my world contracted. And he's a person who lavishes, so he'd always buy me new clothes and makeup, and they'd be like, you'd come down in the morning, oh no, don't wear that, wear this. So he started putting my makeup on, and then putting my makeup on, bought me a mobile phone. So things like I go to the paper shop when I come back and he'd start, how long have you gone? Like where have you been? Have you been hooking up with the guy at the paper shop? And so he was super jealous of everything and anything. And I was like, I just went to the shop. Like at work, it got to the point he wouldn't let me go anywhere on my own. So when I had to use the bathroom at work, I'd have to let him know, and so he'd come to the bathroom and watch me go to the toilet.
You're talking number 2s?
Oh, number 1s. Nobody does a number 2 at work. And this is all mixed in with, drinking and clubbing every night, meeting people in clubs and bars and then bringing them home, and him staying up all night. There'd been more than one occasion where we brought people home from the club. I've gone up to bed because I'm going to get up for work. And he comes up much later to tell me how amazing such and such's lady hole was.
What?
Yes.
Hold on, slow down. I've got to get this. You go bed. He's brought some people home back from the club.
Yeah.
He's saying it's sexual.
Well, it didn't seem sexual at the time because it could be men, women, mixture. He was, like I say, he was a very charismatic person. So he always had a crowd around him, always, wherever he went, people knew him, and he only knew such and such from this. And he was a very popular person.
Was this fueled by coke?
Oh, there was definitely coke. There was definitely, it's not my bag particularly, but he used coke, and he drank a lot of alcohol. And it took me a good probably 18 months to realise that he was an alcoholic. Again, not really understanding addiction or any of those things. So he would, at lunchtime, there's always a business meeting of some sorts. So he's wining and dining people. And so there's at least 2 bottles of wine polished off at lunchtime. For the rest of it, most of us would be like, oh, I got to go to bed now. But he just carries on. After 6 o'clock, he would refuse to drink soft drinks, tea, coffee. He'd only drink alcohol after 6 p.m. So even at home, it would be like half a box of red wine, probably half to 3/4 of a bottle of whiskey with the red wine. Then that's not enough. Then we need to go out to the club and it's tequila shots, bottles of beer, lines of Coke. So he was, I don't know what the word is for it.
He's like functioning as a business owner, but he's got major addiction issues.
Yeah, but he was also the life and soul of everywhere we went all the time.
Well, when you're on substances, you are, aren't you? You're lit up.
Yeah. And it was hard not to be impressed by him because he was super intellectual, we had the best conversations, honestly. And I love all that. Best conversations, super intelligent, loved to like dance. I loved to dance. I was honestly having a great time. It's like, yeah, he was a bit weird and a bit kind of over possessive sometimes, but we all have our weird traits. And having basically been raised in that, it didn't seem alarming because that's all I've actually known.
So in the beginning then, was there a degree whereby you were conforming because it was what you were conditioned to?
I definitely think so. And I still had in my mind, so kind of growing up, and I think this is probably more so for women I don't know if it's the same in other religions, but certainly in the Christian religion, there is that expectation that you will be a wife and that you will be a mother and that your life isn't complete until you have achieved at least one of those two things. And so I always expected that I would get married. I knew what kids, I knew how many kids I wanted and their names and all of that sort of stuff. Damon was from a Catholic family, so he although we didn't have the same faith, he understood the kind of those religious values. Even though he was married and divorced, he looked after his ex-wife financially and looked after his kids. Kids were in private schools, and he seemed to be very responsible, very caring, very generous, and he kind of was all of those things. What I didn't understand at the time was the motive. That's what I found out much, much later. And it was basically a repetition of my stepdad. So all of those like, oh, just come and work here, just come and stay here, just be with me, I want to be with you, blah, 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 blah.
Just you and him.
Materialised into me rarely being able to see my family. I think my sister used to come and visit me every couple of months because it was easier than trying to find a way to make him make the time for me to go and see her. His paranoia over me kind of having an affair or sleeping with other people, which was crazy because I'm just like, if I'm with you 24 hours a day, when do you think this is happening?
Usually people who are accusing others are the
ones doing it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so in order to kind of manage his kind of jealousy, it meant me having to be restricted in some way. So he wanted to make sure, he bought me a new mobile phone. Seemed like a great gift. But that also came with every month we'd have to sit down, literally with the itemised bill, and go through the bill. And he wanted, what's that number? Who's this number?
No.
When did you ring them? Like, who's this? Is this somebody that, is this a guy? Is this and every month. Like I said, going to the shop became a trauma because he was, and I mean the combination of lack of sleep, drugs, and alcohol, plus a narcissistic temperament, just created this
obsessive and jealous as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, he clocked straight away my stepdad's feelings and intentions towards me.
Did he?
Straight away.
How did he express that?
He said, your stepdad wants you. Without a hesitation. And I'm like, no, don't be daft.
So you were hiding it?
Yeah. It's like, don't be daft. Like, it's like, no, like he wants you. I saw the way he was looking at you and the way that he touches you. And it was really confronting, massively confronting.
Did he confront him because he had that personality of you had to be him alone?
They've had words for sure.
Can you remember?
And hated each other.
Can you remember how that conversation happened?
No, I think I just exited. But again, and it fueled that, right, we're not going back then.
What did you see before you exited?
So Damon really loved to own people. I say own people. To have people be ingratiated to him by him giving them things. So he was always like lending money, or you need a deposit for your house, or you need a new car. And so he looks really generous. But then it's, well, I did this for you, so you can do this for me now, can't you? If I'm asking, I'm not being unreasonable. I gave you 500 quid. And so and that's the tactic he does with everybody. Presumably that's what happened to me. And so he did the same with my family.
Gave him money for what?
Well, just being over generous. And I don't know what he'd offered my stepdad. I have no idea, but my stepdad refused to take it. That's where the clash came. And it's like having two separate conversations, one with my new partner, saying like, no, he's wrong and won't take my money, blah, 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 blah. And then I've got from this end, oh no, he's trying to buy me, and like, I don't trust his motives and blah, blah. Like, it was like being stuck in the middle of two devils, right? And I'm laughing about it. It's not funny. It really isn't funny. And I had never met somebody as controlling as Damon before. And at its worst, it did get physically violent.
When was the first time that happened?
I think it was when I got pregnant, actually. I don't know why that triggered something.
How many years in after you'd met him did you get pregnant?
It would have been about 18 months.
Okay.
18 months, just going up 2 years probably.
And what triggered the violence?
I don't know. It was the weirdest, because we'd talked about, so it was a planned pregnancy. It wasn't an unplanned pregnancy. We'd got married by this point.
Because you think that would give him even more control over you, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean,
the way you look at it.
Do you know what? I should probably rewind, because I missed a very important,
a
very important incident.
Please do.
So I think I'd mentioned to you about him not liking the unsavoury people that I used to hang around with, etc. We were walking home we'd been out to dinner or something like that, walking home, and there was a working girl out on the road, and I did know her because she used to work up where I used to live. And so I'd spoken to her in the road. I'm sure we'd probably bought drugs together at some point. Do you know what I mean? So I said hi to her. She said hi back, and we just had like a little catch up, and I gave her a hug, and then carried on. Well, he was fuming, absolutely fuming, and basically accused me of like being a prostitute and hiding it. And I was just, and there's not enough. It's like, how do you prove that you're not a prostitute? like that there isn't. And so it spawned this huge, massive like argument between us. Me trying to say she's just a girl, a woman that I know. Like, we've hung around a bit, don't know her that well, but and he had absolutely none of it. And so the culmination of this argument. I don't even know where I'd gone out. I think just away, because he's very suffocating, very, very suffocating. Came back and he'd put all of my things in bin bags. Put all of my stuff in bin bags. And gave me an ultimatum that everyone's probably going to be screaming, say no, say no. So the ultimatum was either we get married straight away, and he gets to just kind of decide who we have in our lives and who we don't, or I take these bin bags now, leave the house and never come back.
I can hear him screaming.
Yeah. Again, I hadn't, I mean, this was about a year into our relationship, and I didn't have enough knowledge and foresight to see it for what it was. And because I'd kind of grown up in a house where I was just forced to constantly submit to another's will for everything and always, seemed like the most natural thing in the world, that if you love somebody, you give them what they want. And it seemed like a really easy decision. Do you know what I mean? A really easy decision that felt right. Like, this is what you want. Cool, let me give it to you. And it gave him permission to be himself. So that's when the kind of verbal abuse to the likes I've never heard before or since. I didn't know people could think those things, formulate them, and come out of their mouths.
Are you able to give an example, or is it too graphic?
I can't give an example. I'm just so unlike him in any way. I've never heard such vicious, cruel, disgusting words pour. And so it's not like
it's probably best we don't say any of those.
Yeah, it was like being poured, like if someone poured a barrel of hot tar over you. That's what his words felt like. And it was like they were burning through your skin, and you can't get it off, and it's hot, and you scream, but it won't stop. That's what the verbal abuse was like. And I'd never experienced anything like that in my whole life. When the physical abuse started, and I said before, I don't really have a flight. I just have a fight. So I've got to be honest, like, we fought with each other. And I attempted to give as good as I got initially. I can be very angry. You mean, I've been working on it. I can be very angry, volatile, explosive. And because I was with somebody who was also like that, so having this torrent of verbal abuse in the manner that it came to me was something I could only tolerate to a certain point. And when that pot boiled over, I boiled over. And so then I'd be throwing things and shouting abuse back. And so we fought with each other. One of the things that alerted me to the level of his substance abuse, which I didn't know for a really long time, was the next day he'd wake up like nothing happened, with no memory of what happened the night before.
Cross that line.
And so I was then left with all of this hurt and pain and anger for all the things he'd said, he'd done, and he's got no memory of it, and is treating me like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, like it, more gaslighting.
And you're pregnant.
And I'm pregnant at this point. I don't know what it is about pregnancy and domestic violence. I actually volunteer for a domestic abuse charity called The Crossing Point. So I just want to give them a shout out, because although they weren't able to support me at that time, I've the work they do is so valuable, and so I support them at every opportunity.
Are they Liverpool only or nationwide?
They've got nationwide networks, but they cover kind of Merseyside. But the network means that they can support people from any part of the UK. Actually, my book, so 40% of the profits from my book all go back to the Crossing Point Domestic Abuse Charity, because I didn't have anywhere to turn to. And if I can give that lifeline to another person, and statistics show that pregnant women are at higher risk of domestic violence compared to non-pregnant women. And I don't understand the thinking or the rationale behind that.
I imagine that tensions are just strained in the relationship from how it's been before.
I mean, we planned our pregnancy. So it didn't come unexpectedly. It took us 6 months to get pregnant. So to then go from having planned a pregnancy to it actually happening and being really excited to the escalation of the drugs and alcohol and violent and intoxicated behaviour. So of course I couldn't partake in those things anymore because I was pregnant. So I wasn't smoking, wasn't drinking, wasn't doing any drugs. And so when he was going out, he was just going out by himself. And had occasions where he was trying to commit suicide by throwing himself out of a 3rd-storey window.
How did you find out about that?
The window was in our bedroom.
So you were present?
I was there, yeah.
You'd had an argument?
I don't even know if he'd been out. I was asleep. So he came, it was late, 2-3 o'clock in the morning. He'd been out drinking and just came home irrational about whatever he'd been thinking about, which I actually don't know what that was. He was fairly incoherent. And it's like it's an old Georgian building, so it's still got some of they've got sash cord windows, so you could get out of them. And you mean he was just in his pants, drunk off his head, drinking out of a half-drunk bottle of whiskey. You mean feet on the window ledge, trying to squat to jump out of the wind, and it's like, you mean saving his life, like physically having to save his life.
And he probably never even remembered the next day.
Bingo, didn't remember. He'd come home other times, been dragged out of bed by my hair. We lived in like a maisonette with on 3 floors with a spiral staircase. Beautiful, like proper stunning place. But yeah, I've been dragged down that staircase.
While you're pregnant?
Whilst I was pregnant. It's wood and wrought iron dragged down by my hair. And I couldn't get him to snap out of it, to stop what he was doing. It's one of the most frightening things that's ever happened to me. I'm being kicked, I'm being punched. And bearing in mind, like, it dragged me out of my sleep. I was asleep, so it's not like we were arguing or anything had happened.
It's not conducive to having a baby, this environment.
No, not at all. The police had started to get involved on a fairly regular basis by this point. But of course, every time I called the police, he answered the door and spun the story that I was the one that was being violent and irrational. And I mean, I'd got a drug problem and he was helping me and blah, blah, blah. And I never actually was able to kind of get out of the house to speak to the police. He made sure that that option, it wasn't an option for me. And it's massively, I mean, I know police are a bit more aware about things like that now. But at the time, like that awareness just wasn't there. And it was, skinny little black girl version of events versus the middle-class white man who's got lots of money and a good reputation and loved by all. And I didn't stand a chance. I attempted to run away so many times and I couldn't because he was obsessive, a stalker, So if I ran away, which I did periodically because I was just like, I've got to leave. He would ring round any of our friends and family, first and foremost, to find out where I was. He'd ring my phone and ring and ring and ring and ring till the mailbox was full. Couldn't leave any messages. All the messages were vile, abusive rants. He used to call me upwards of 50 times a day. I've gone to work, found him waiting in the car park for me at work, harassing the receptionist. I've gotten to work at 8:30 in the morning. The receptionist is in tears. He's rung me 20 times already, getting hauled in by my boss. You've got to this needs to stop or you're going to lose your job. Visiting friends and coming out and some guys taking photographs of me in my car. I then found out later he's had a private detective to follow me around and take photographs and report back to him. He has showed me criminal records of people that I've been hanging around with or used to hang around with. And I'm just like, isn't that illegal? Right? The dude was crazy. Do
you think he had access to the police then to get those records?
For sure. Once the violence had escalated and I was like absolutely not going back. I was, 3 months pregnant, 3 months pregnant, so it was still quite early. And so what he agreed was that he said he didn't want me to be far because he wanted to make sure that if anything happened with the baby, he could be around, blah, blah, blah. Again, it seems so plausible. So he paid for a deposit for a flat around the corner from his house. And I was like, well, at least I've got some space. And he took some pots and pans and bedding and this, that and the other and kind of got set up in my own flat. It wasn't the dream escape that I had hoped it would be. So I'd come back from work, put the lights on, and literally as soon as my light switched on, my phone would start ringing. Because actually, his back of his house, through the windows, you could actually see my flat. And so he'd come round, he'd be knocking on the doors and the windows late at night, trying to get me to let him in. I came home from work another time. He'd taken all of the electrical items out of my house. So he'd taken the TV and the kettle and it's just like, for God's sake. Another time he'd taken all the cups, plates, pots and pans so I couldn't cook any food. And all of these things were to force me to go back. You can't live there without this stuff. You're going to have to come back to me. I came home another night, and in fact another morning actually, because I'd stayed over at a friend's house because I was just like, this, it's crazy. I found him naked, asleep in my bed. He'd broken in and was asleep in my bed. I went mad. I dragged him out of that bed and threw him out of the house, starkers with his clothes. Poor people on the bus got an eyeful. I was just like, this is crazy. We had a holiday booked that had been booked before we split up. I think I was about 4 months pregnant by this point. And we'd kind of talked about it. Should we still go? But I thought, well, it's all paid for and everything. It's probably going to be the last time I'm going to get to go abroad before baby arrives. And we decided that we'd go on this holiday. It was one of the worst mistakes of my life. I don't know if you've ever been trapped with someone who you know is harmful. That's what it was like in a sunny European country. And we both came home with scars because the fighting was so bad.
How did it start?
I don't even remember. And because most of the arguments started over just his random paranoias, not over anything I'd actually done, a bit like being at home. So honestly don't know what started it. But I do know, like, I think he needed stitches in his ass because I'd broken some glass and just, I stabbed him with a broken piece of glass because he was just like mauling me, screaming at me in my face, blah, blah, blah.
And you're still pregnant at this point?
I was 4 months pregnant. He woke me up stubbing cigarettes out on my face. Like it was horrific. I remember coming back home and just being so relieved when the plane landed. It's like, oh, in fact, no, this was before we'd left, actually. Oh, we should go in the duty free. It's like, oh, which perfume would you like? Assuming he's going to buy me some perfume or something like that. So I picked one. Oh, my girlfriend's going to love that. I was like, sorry? I mean, literally, when we'd got back home from this holiday, obviously it became apparent he could see my flat from his house. But the same works the other way. Mm-hmm. And so I think it was a Saturday morning or something, and I kind of opened my curtains, and there's a naked chick standing on the windowsill in his room, just purposely just stood there in like a big X. And I was like, "Are you?" Anyway, let's just say, you mean abused woman who's also pregnant and hormonal? Not a good plan. So I kind of marched round there. He opened the door, and I just legged it in and started wellying on this girl. I was like, who does that? And it was purposely directed.
It triggered you on purpose.
Oh God, yeah. So he apparently ditched the girl then and was trying to get back together. And I was just like, it was so much. I ended up, he was obsessed. And the final straw was him shattering the windows in my flat. So I turned off the lights, disconnected the phone, locked all the doors and windows, closed all the curtains, turned my mobile phone off, because he would just constantly ring. If I turn a light on to go to the toilet, on the phone. And so I basically was just living in the dark with all of my means of communication disconnected. Sometimes I'd let it ring and pick it up and just leave it. But then I can hear him shouting abuse and carrying on crazy. But then if I hang it back up again, he just rings again. It's just like, it's like some kind of nightmare torture. And so I was kind of like hiding in my house in the dark, everything switched off, all phones unplugged, hiding in my bed. And he smashed, because I wouldn't open the door to him or respond to him, smashed the windows. And I was just showered in broken glass. And it wasn't, I think one of the neighbours had called the police by this point, because there'd been so many incidents already that were on record and what have you. And they were like, the police were straight away. I mean, it was good what they did. And because we were living separately and it's easily identified that actually he was the perpetrator and not me, and I was pregnant as well, they basically just said, pack a bag. It's not safe for you to stay here. And I got bundled into a hostel.
How old are you at this point?
24. Yeah, 24. And I spent the rest of my pregnancy homeless, which was still better than being with crazy. And I'd love to say that was the end of it. Not even close.
Oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I spent most of my pregnancy homeless. So I'm still trying to hold down a job. The hostel, the first hostel that I went to was like a prison. There's literally razor wire on the 10-foot walls, video doorbell to get in, so that people who shouldn't be there can't get in. There were families there who were living in like 2 and 3 rooms on the same floor, and it was the most loneliest, depressing place I've ever been to. My parents didn't know I was there. My sister didn't know I was there because, of course, I've not seen these people for months because he's made, like, nobody at work knew what was happening, and it was so hard. What they don't tell you is it's only temporary. So, like, I think after about 5 days, they're like, I'm sorry, you can't stay here anymore. And so you either get moved to another hostel or you're just going to have to make do until we get back in touch with you again and tell you there's a space somewhere. So I was kind of sleeping in my car, sleeping in hostels, crashing at my sister's for a couple of nights. I mean, she got her own family and that. Staying with like the odd friend that I'd managed to reconnect with. And it was like that until I was 8 months.
Good grief.
And that entire time, still having, I'd managed to avoid him for a lot of that period until I got sick. One of the hostels that I was at, it was actually really lovely, near a big park, and so I'd big belly, pregnant by this point, and just went out for a walk. And I remember like my hips were killing me, my back was killing me, and I was just kind of, just doing the pregnant model, haven't you? Just kind of doing the pregnant model. And my legs just gave way, and so I kind of collapsed in the road. And I remember lying there, not really being able to get up. And there was a police car on the other side of the road, but it had pulled over like a little red Fiesta and was just harassing the occupants of this car. Nobody seemed to notice that I was on the floor at all. Somebody actually came out of their house because they saw me lying on the ground and called an ambulance and whatever. And that was how he found me. So the ambulance called my next of kin. So I came round to find him there in the chair next to me at the hospital, laughing and joking with the nurses and everything. Like, I don't have any words to to describe that. I mean, I was on a lot of medication as well, so I think I lost about 3 days. I think it's quite a common condition, to be honest with you, but my hips had dislocated. And so they got me on loads of pain medication and whatnot. And so I kind of was in and out for about 3 days. And then, of course, it was getting quite close to when the baby was going to be born. And he kind of came like, oh, look, I want to make sure I'm there for the kid. And, makes loads of promises and all the rest of it. Like, I do want to help you and blah, blah, blah. And when you're in that position, one, I wasn't in any fit state to even be having that conversation. Also, I also didn't really have any other support. So it's kind of like if someone's offering you support, even if it's the devil offering you support, you're like, when your options are limited, you're just kind of like, fine. And it's like I was at the bottom. Like, there's no place to go but up. So it's just like, whatever happened I can get, I took. So I eventually got rehoused. I think I was there for 4 weeks before baby was born. But when I say the place was empty, it was empty. There was no curtains. There was no cooker. There was no furniture of any kind. There wasn't even any flooring. It was just concrete floor. So I think the hospital had notified my parents and that as well. So one of my mum's friends gave me 2 like sofa chairs. So in the day there'd be a chair, at night I'd push them together so they're facing each other. So I had a kind of bed. My sister gave me like a little portable telly, and I think I got a sheet for the front window, and had to decorate it all and get carpets and all that kind of stuff in ready for when baby arrived. Yeah, it was such a hard time. And I thought it was easy to get rid of people. Like, you know, when normal people break up, there may be a little bit of a, time where you separate from each other, but it's generally quite quick and not that traumatic. But this was a whole other thing. And so by the time my son was born, it was, again, hospital called him. He arrived drunk. Thankfully, the midwives were like, we're not going to let him hold the baby because he was very, very drunk, chatting up the midwives and the nurses and what have you. And I'd really hoped that, okay, maybe he can get with the idea that we're not together, but we've got a kid together. And for a split second, I thought that would be the case. And he did that thing where he went and bought loads of furniture and loads of baby stuff and clothes and all the stuff, and it like furnished the house out, blah, blah, blah. And after 6 months of me having all of that, I packed it all up in the car, took it to his house and gave it back because it all came with strings. So he obviously wanted to be in the baby's life, but he just thought that that meant that he could live in my house. So he'd be coming around every day. Who's been coming around? Who's been here? Who's on? Horrendous. So I'm trying to the point where I was just then I wasn't going home because I was like, I actually can't escape from him there. Once my son was born, just as like for my escape, so I started using crack again. Even after I'd stopped, but I was just like, I don't know what else to do to escape from this
self-medication, isn't it?
Yeah. So I was kind of like, I was using again. I didn't know at the time, but found out later I was also suffering with postnatal depression.
PTSD, imagine, as well.
PTSD, all of those things. And he was just obsessed, and I couldn't get him to stop. It didn't matter what I said, what I did. In fact, I've got a scar on my arm, which I made myself, but I wasn't trying to do away with myself or anything like that. He was obsessed with the idea that I was a prostitute. Absolutely obsessed. So
because of that conversation you had with,
even with a newborn in my arms, knowing full well that I've just been through natural childbirth and I'm just trying to look after my baby, still in my house, in my face, about this mysterious life as a sex worker or whatever. And I literally took a knife and I was like that. I don't know what else I can do to make you believe me. Like, will you believe me if I cut my arm off to like tell you how, what do I need to do? And that's how I ended up with that scar, which I didn't really tell people. But that I'd gotten to that level of desperation. It's like, what do you do when somebody won't believe you when you're telling the truth? And again, that kind of fed into that whole incident as a child. And it's also fed my desire for justice and the truth. So you won't hear a lie past my lips. I said, I have spent most of my adult life being called a liar, being told I'm a liar, being told it's not true, like all that stuff. And so it's something that it motivates me. It motivates me. The truth motivates me. So it's one of the reasons why I'm actually really happy that we kind of met. Although we didn't really meet, did we?
My parents.
But yes, I met your parents. And your mum was raving about you, by the way.
Thank you, Mum.
It was cool.
Thanks, Barbara.
Yeah. But that's kind of what me and your mum connected on, was just this notion about telling your own truth. And of course, your mum's an author as well, and that's kind of what she's written about is her truth and her story. So we did really connect on that. And having the opportunity to share these things to a wider audience, one, is quite healing for me.
Good.
But also, when you've been stifled and muzzled your entire life, I'm guessing this is what Johnny Depp's doing. Just like you want the truth out there, don't you? You want the truth out there, and if it helps or assists one person to avoid some of the pitfalls and traumas that I ended up in, it's totally worth it.
I can imagine the pressure building to get that truth out. So after this then, were you hospitalised?
No, not hospitalised at all. I probably spent the next, how many years? Let me think. So I'd say probably the next 3 years stuck in a crazy world. Some of my own making, but not all of my own making.
Did you have any more kids with him?
No.
But your kid must have been picking up on the energy.
So, from my son being about 6 months old was the first time my ex reported me to, who did he report me to? I'm pretty sure it was social services. Report me to social services for child neglect. He basically told them that I was a prostitute and I'd been having sex in front of my little son. I know. I'm laughing. This is not funny. So I then had social workers at my house. Then they wanted to go and speak to the nursery where my son went. Now, bearing in mind, the only reason he was at nursery was because I was working, because I had a proper job, working in education, which meant that's how I was paying for nurseries. Then the social workers wanted to speak to my employer. So that was fun.
Was he trying to get the kid from you?
Yeah. So obviously that they investigated, found nothing wrong. It was closed. But he did this on repeat for the next 3 years.
Oh, God.
And it would alternate between reporting me to social services or calling the police. So at one point, I probably had the police at my house every other week because they'd had a report of a child who's either in danger, is neglected, hasn't been fed, mum's doing drugs, mum's a prostitute, blah, blah, blah. And every other week, they'd come to my house, they were checking in the cupboards, inspecting my son, wandering around the house, checking where he slept, wanting to know if I worked, how did I get my money, blah.
I think he was paying them off to do that because it's a waste of police resources, isn't it? They would get sick of that.
I don't know. I mean, I think at least some of it was genuine. The police had to come around and check. So, because I said to them, I was like, you know me at this point. And it was getting to the point where they were knocking on the door and apologising. Like, we're really sorry, we've got to do this again. But I think the rules, or I don't know whether it's law or the rules that they have to follow, are that if there's any report that involves a child, they have to go round.
So he knew how to play the system.
Yeah. So yeah, that was frequent over a period of about 3 years. In between private investigators, trying to get information about me at work, following me around, taking photographs, like blatantly taking photographs of me, and just like horrendous. I think when my son was 6 months old, it was the first time he took me to court. I think he took me to court. I'm sure it was along the same lines: unfit mother, neglecting the child. The child should live with me. She's a prostitute. Blah 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 blah. All that. Thankfully, the judge on that case was like, "There's no evidence of any of the other stuff," and all they would do was a contact order. And the contact order meant that our son was with me Monday to Friday and with his dad every weekend, which was fine initially. It certainly gave single mum a break at the weekend too, so that was good. The problem came when I was in university, so I was kind of continuing my studies. Started university, and oh no, hang on, that's not true. I wasn't at university. I think I was on a course, so it was pre-university, but I was on a course anyway. I was working a different job, and it's like I actually can't. If our son is with his dad every weekend, I actually don't get any time with him. I said, if I'm working and studying all week, and then he's with his dad all weekend, when do I actually get to spend time with my child? So I was like, I actually want to get the court order amended. And he fought me tooth and nail. Like, it was horrible. And again, we've got the same old accusations coming up in court. And claiming he's got evidence of this, that and the other, and presenting the photos from the PI and whole thing. Anyway, so the contact agreement gets changed. I think our son would have been just turned 2 or not long. And I ended up having a fire in the kitchen. So it wasn't a bad fire. I'd been frying something or other, left the fryer on. Called the fire brigade to come round. This is how crappy the house was. The kitchen was so tiny that by the time the fire brigade arrived, the fire had burnt itself out because there was no oxygen in the room. But it was like smoke damaged, and there was kind of like black soot everywhere. So I'm like, okay, so I've now got like a 2-year-old. I can't cook. It was like a housing association property. So they were like, you need to get insurance to cover it and get people down to repair and all that kind of thing. So that was obviously going to take a few weeks. And so since we had the new contact arrangement, things seemed like things have been okay for about, not quite a year, but they've been okay for a good few months now. We've kind of maybe built up some trust and can just like move forwards like normal people. More fool me. So I kind of rang him up. I was like, look, would you be able to keep our son for a couple of weeks? I said, like, I've had a fire in the kitchen, so the house is fine, so we're both fine. I said, but I can't cook. I can't, like, there's no way to do any hot food. I said, I can't have a toddler and not be able to cook hot food. So would it be okay that until we've got the housing association come and tidy up and replace what they need? Yeah, absolutely fine. Agreed what dates I'd go and collect our son, which was about, I think it was like just 11 days or something like that. So the date rolls around, and in fact, a couple of days before, I'd rung, didn't get anywhere, so I just left a voicemail. Didn't think anything of it. Didn't get a reply. I was like, So the day arrives and I'm kind of rung a couple of more times and sent text messages like, what time should I expect you? Blah, 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 blah. No answer. So I'm starting to get a bit, what's going on now? So then I start ringing around his family, just be like, it's like, do you know where he is? Can't seem to get hold of him, blah, blah, blah. Nobody would speak to me. Wouldn't answer the phone. If they did answer the phone, just like, not talking to you, phone down. So I'm starting to get alarmed now. I've contacted my parents, said like, I need someone to like come down with me to his house and go and get my son. So I've got a lift down there. Can't get any answer. No lights on. Nobody there. I'm in full on panic. In fact, the whole family are in full on panic mode. It is horrible. And you just kind of like deciding what to do. I'm just like, look, sleep on it at night. We know he's not going to harm the baby or anything like that. Let's just like see what tomorrow brings. We've left messages, pushed a note in the door, spoken to the neighbours, blah, blah, blah. So another day's rolled by, exactly the same thing, not sight nor sound. So it's now Christmas Eve. And so on Christmas Eve, I had to ring the police to report my 2-year-old missing.
Oh my God.
I don't have the words. I do have the words because I wrote it in my book. But I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. So I had to report him missing. It's really funny how you mentioned before, do I think like he had some sort of like influence with the police? And I would say yes. So I've got some very good examples of this. So I called the police and my family knew what was going on and were all being very kind of supportive and just as worried and anxious as I was. So 2 officers came to my house. I'd explained about the fire in the kitchen and that I wasn't able to cook. And so we'd arranged that he would stay with his dad for a couple of weeks. But he was meant to be home like 2 days ago. Can't get hold of him. Family won't speak to me, blah, blah, blah. So their first thing was, well, we can't report him missing. I'm like, well, why not? Well, is he with his birth dad? I'm like, yeah. And it's like, he's not missing then, is he? He's with his dad. And I was like, ah. So eventually, so it was only when I brought down the court paperwork to say, look, this is the contact arrangement, is with me in the week, and then is with his dad. So they eventually agreed that I could report him missing. Presumably it was a weekday. And they were like, oh, well, no, he should be with you kind of thing. It was the most surreal thing because I had, obviously, Christmas tree up, all his presents wrapped under the tree, like all his stuff's at home, and I could not stay there. I just couldn't. So ended up going to my parents. Christmas Day was I actually don't actually remember Christmas Day. Not sure any of us remember Christmas Day. Sure we opened presents and things, but it was just one of the most stressful, traumatic, difficult things to go through. On Boxing Day, so I think I'd contacted the police intermittently over that period. Boxing Day, I've rung them again. Have you got any news? What's happening? Blah, blah, blah. And I think I must have rung 3 times that day. And eventually they were like, oh, someone's going to come out and see you today. Where are you going to be? I was like, I'll be at my parents' house. So we all waited and waited and waited and waited. Somebody eventually arrived at midnight. And this copper, I kid you not, was about 7 foot tall. Huge, huge dude in all his vest and pockets and all that kind of stuff. So I've answered the door. And I'm like kind of ushering him to the living room where my parents are. I think they had one of their friends there as well. But the copper refuses to come in. He's like, "Oh no, I just need to speak with you on your own." And I was like, "No, like my family are here to support me. Like we all need to know like what's going on." And he absolutely refused. And so it's one of the few times actually I saw my mum actually defending me. So she just kind of jumps up and she was like, "You mean this is our grandson? This is her son. Like we're all involved. You need to speak to all of us or get out." So eventually he kind of fine. And he still wouldn't come into the room. He kind of stood in the doorway and told us this story, which goes like, "Oh, we've managed to locate your ex and your son. He's told us that because of your history of violence against him, that he doesn't want us to disclose where he is right now because he's afraid that you're going to bring some sort of harm on him." So we're all starting to boil by this point. Your son is safe and well, although we have noted that when you dropped him off with his dad, that he was like unkempt, he was dirty, he'd got lice, like clearly been neglected. We've also spoken to social services, and there's already been a meeting on social services. Sorry. With the police support, have made the decision that your son is better off staying with his father.
Oh, God.
There's nothing more that we can do. This is a civil matter. If you want to take it to court, you can. Can I get a glass of water?
Yeah. Let me go and grab that file. I'm going to check with Jim as well because I think
So you
we're
need
supposed to finish at 3. How far in are we?
maybe a quarter.
Oh, mate, you're kidding me?
No.
You're kidding me?
No.
Oh my God. All right,
It's fine. We can schedule a part 2.
All right, we've been on an harrowing journey with Donna today. And if you want to check this book out, Donna Ward, Forged by Fire, all the links will be in the description to upload this video. This is just part 1 of Pure Evil Stepdad. You may be thinking, what's going on with the stepdad at this point? But he is going to come back with a vengeance into this story. There's only about a quarter to a third of the story been told within this 3 hours. So thank you for sticking with us. You might be wondering what happens with the kid. We're going to get to that in the next part and a lot more. So please let us know in the description box what you thought about this video. And as I said, you know how brave Donna is coming in and just telling us all of the details of what she has been through. We absolutely salute you. And huge thank you for coming in. Is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers in conclusion?
Yeah, the one thing I would like to leave with viewers is don't stay silent. I stayed silent for so long because I believed that nobody would ever believe me, which was kind of my experience. But I now know that that isn't true. So if you think that you have been or are currently in any of the situations that I've kind of touched on today, tell somebody, whether it's a co-worker, family member, a neighbour, talk to somebody. You can walk into any police station. A lot of charities will also allow you to use telephones or their resources to get in touch with somebody or can signpost you. I think the world is a much kinder, more knowledgeable place now than it was for me many years ago. And that there is help and support out there.
And if you're listening to this on audio only, then the website is www.donnaward, DONNA Ward, WARD.books.co.uk.
It's dash books.
Books.co.uk.
Yeah.
And you've got Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and everything on this card, right? So we'll put all those links below
Brilliant.
the video.
Yeah. I was going to say, if you search purpose and pain, you'll find me on social media.
And this book is the first of the trilogy. We've only covered content in the first of the trilogy today. So it looks like we've got at least another 2 more parts. So yeah, like I said, please let us know in the description box what you thought of this video. And if you want to reach out to Donna, all of the links will be down there as well. All right, cheers.
Well.
Give us a hug, Donna. Thank you. Yeah, well done. It's brilliant. Yeah. Thank you.
It's been awesome.
Okay, well, welcome back, Dionne. And if you don't know Dionne, she was previously known as Donna Ward on a podcast with Sean Atwood about a year ago. It was titled Pure Evil Preacher Stepdad. We're probably going to play this podcast at the end of this one, so hang tight and you can go back through. Now you're back today, Dionne, to obviously elaborate on your relationship that you discussed in the previous podcast.
Yeah.
And it's involving, let's start with domestic violence, physical violence, mental abuse of all sorts. So before we start this podcast, do you waive your right to anonymity?
I do, yeah.
Thank you. So I wanted to start the podcast, we were discussing this on the phone, weren't we, about the name change, because it's going to be pretty confusing that they're going to see Donna Ward, Dionne, and yes, if we could just clarify with that one.
So yeah, it's confusing, but it will become clear once I've explained. So I've been writing for quite a long time. I've written like a blog, podcast, some short books and other things. It's been a really useful outlet for me. And I've probably been doing that for about 10 years. The reason that I always wrote under a pseudonym, Donna Ward, was because I was still experiencing extreme domestic abuse. And it was the only way that I was able to write freely without it escalating the situation that I was already in. There'd already been numerous occasions where my ex had, so things like I had a very short article in a very popular magazine. I won't say which magazine, a very popular magazine. It was nothing to do with my relationship or anything like that. And even me talking about something that had nothing to do with my ex or my relationship, he hounded the magazine to the point that they retracted my story and paid him a settlement, even though nobody had actually done anything wrong or said anything about him. And so my ability to be able to just share my everyday life, whether it's something positive or negative, been seriously limited because of the abuse that I was constantly under. So Donna Ward, the name Donna Ward was born out of that, really. And I've worked really hard over 10 plus years to keep Dionne and Donna as two very separate entities, different emails, different phone numbers, and kept the two things very, very separate. I was still doing that when I did my first interview with you with Sean. Now, even at the time, I was like, do I tell him or do I not? And I was like, well, actually, it wasn't important, really. We were talking about the story, which is, it's my story still. And so it wasn't really relevant then. But this time around, some things changed. And unfortunately, I was still subject to, I'm just going to call it what it is, domestic abuse of one sort or another, which has still meant that my last published book was pulled from sale. Again, done maliciously. I think I just came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter if I use a different name, use my own name, if somebody is still going to be maliciously attacking and victimizing me, then at least using my own name, they're going to have to do it to my face. I'm over the victim mentality and the hiding, because actually whilst I'm hiding, it allows other people to hide too, doesn't it? Exactly. And so I'm at much different stage in my life, far more confident in myself. I've got a really good support system. I also acknowledge that it's a small hiccup. It's not the end of the world. And actually, I feel more than ready to be able to tell my story as me, as Dionne. Donna Ward has been amazing, and she was that protective factor that I needed for a really long time. But I no longer need her.
That is a brilliant explanation there. So you mentioned the magazine,
yeah,
and he got a payout from them. They didn't name him then?
Let's just say that my ex, he could sell ice to an Eskimo. Is that a racist term? That am I allowed to say that?
No,
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. But he's from an Irish family. He's got the patter, and he is. Nobody says no. Even if you want to say no, he will drill you and wear you down until you say yes. I mean, a quick example of that is when I first left him, he would call me upwards of 50 times a day, 50, and this was day in, day out, day in, day out. If it was my mobile phone, my mailbox would get full up. So people that I was trying to contact me couldn't leave a message. This was back in the days when mailboxes got full up. If he was calling me on the landline, if I disconnect the phone, then I'm unable to do things like call the police or call for help. If I leave it connected and he continues to call and I leave it off the hook, I can literally hear him shouting and cursing and abuse over the phone. There's very, very, I don't know the word for it. I'm going to say obsessive, possessive. It's very, very extreme. And so I can only imagine what the poor magazine had to put up with. And this would have been the easiest route, would have been to pay him to go away and to do what he wanted.
Wow, he sounds like, a real gentleman. So,
it's funny, I was kind of attracted to that.
At the start. Probably,
weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure.
Fashion.
Yeah, well, I think you don't really realise that some of the things that attract you to a person can also be the things that are very harmful or very toxic. So I kind of perceived him as like, a go-getter, a leader, somebody who always gets what they want is almost perceived as like, oh, well, this is like a guru god type person who, we see them on social media all the time. Very, very charismatic. As I said, he could talk anybody around to anything. And I say that having been talked around. I don't think it was that hard with me personally. But knowing what I know about him and how, it took for him passing away for the abuse to stop. The dude was committed. And we're talking over a 20-year period of extreme behavior like that. So I understand how people bend to that kind of pressure and abuse, because you run out of steam. You run out of steam. Even for the most kind of, determined person, it is hard to stand up against somebody who will not stop for a protracted period. So I totally get it. But also, it's a complete smack in the face to me. It was the article was actually about my volunteering work. They were doing feel-good stories about volunteering, how volunteering had helped people in their lives. And they pulled it and printed a retraction and paid him off. It's just like, really? Like, total piece of work.
So, going back to the start there, he couldn't have been that way inclined at the beginning, or I mean, how was it when you guys first met?
So when we first met, I thought he was everything I ever wanted. Not that I had a real clear idea of what I wanted. So going back to the first podcast and just the environment that I grew up with, very, very kind of like ultra Christian / cult environment. And he seemed the complete opposite of that. And I think that was probably what was driving that relationship more than this is what I wanted. It was just the complete opposite of what I'd had, which had already been significantly harmful to me. I actually, it's a very funny story. So I met him at a job interview. I should have sussed. So I think I rang up about a sales job. I was already working in a sales job for a mortgage company, just a small local one. Wasn't a great job, so I was looking for something different. We arranged to meet for the interview in a pub. That should have really set my alarm bells off, but it didn't. I don't know why. It was very, very clear. So he was drinking. I don't think I'd even twigged this. So this is actually a really important thing. So he was drinking whilst interviewing me at the pub, which of course in a pub you think, well, of course you're gonna have a drink. Not very professional, but you know, could be worse. So we got on like a house on. I thought we got on like a house on fire. He was definitely attracted, and I just kind of made the decision. And I said to him that I was like, look, I came here for a job. This is what I want. I'd like a job, please. And I'm not really going to mix business and pleasure. So by the end of that, I think he convinced me to change my mind and not take the job, but for us to continue seeing each other. Which, you know, like it could be worse. It was very flattering. He was very, very charming, very charismatic. I was already working, so it's, you know, I hadn't lost anything particularly. So that was how that was left. So I didn't get the job. Rather declined the job and continued seeing each other. He was extremely generous. Upon reflection, probably love bombing, but I had never heard that term. I don't think anybody had heard that term then. We're talking, you know, more than 20 years ago. And so that wasn't really a thing. So he would constantly call and text. Like he'd want to take me out for dinner every single night, buying me clothes, taking me out clubbing and dancing. That was his normal. So probably only within 2 weeks, he was like, this is ridiculous. You should move in with me. Now, looking back, I couldn't have made a different decision. So I was living in a slum landlord hovel. And I don't say that jokingly. It was at the top floor, the top flat of an old Victorian building, huge building. There were holes in the ceilings where you could see the rats scurrying around. In wintertime, icicles hung off the ceiling. The windows were broken and taped up. When I tell you, like, it was below zero in winter, like it genuinely was. It was an absolute hole. So the thought of moving to, a lovely townhouse in the middle of the city centre with some guy who adored me, like I really, nobody would have made a different decision. I don't think. Looking back, I think part of me wonders if he knew that it would be easy to get me to come and live with him because of my circumstance. I don't know if I probably won't ever get the answer to that, but I do think that there are people of a certain personality type who will target people who they think may be a little bit more vulnerable, maybe a little bit easier to manipulate. I think at the time I definitely came into that category. I wasn't on great terms with my family anyway. So other than my siblings, I didn't have a lot of family around. So I didn't have perhaps some of those protective factors that other people might have. There wasn't many people standing in his way. So yeah, within a couple of weeks, I was just like, well, this, okay, like crappy, hole-filled, freezing cold hovel or, lovely townhouse, no brainer. So I packed my stuff and moved in, continued to keep my old job. And this kind of like high life never ceased. I think I quite quickly realised that this guy didn't stop, and not in a negative way, but he was like full on at work, full on after work. So it was kind of like work hard, play hard. There was no like downtime. We didn't stop talking, didn't really stop drinking. Like coming home after work to chill and watch TV wasn't really a thing unless it was to like pre-drink to go out. Which I didn't really recognise as a red flag at the time. Because guess what? I was eating out every night. I was going to bars every night. I was dancing. I was getting cool clothes, like living this whole life that you kind of, the TikTok life that you imagine other people are doing, but I was actually getting to do it. So yeah, it seemed really, really great. So yeah, that's how we met. I was blown away by it. I'm not going to lie. He, like I said, he had his own business, so he got a number of staff. Lovely like lovely like townhouse that he lived in. Kind of got this high flying life full of parties and business meetings, and we ate out all the time. And if I wanted this, he'd just oh, we love this dress, let's get this. You love these shoes, let's get this. Like never said no to anything. Yeah, definitely love bombed.
And I guess at that age, because how old were you at that point?
I would have been about 21.
So very young. And
Yeah.
I mean, back then, people aren't as aware of narcissistic traits as we are in this
No,
present age.
not at
So
all.
you think this guy's buying me gifts, he's taking me out, like you said, dining. You weren't recognising. I think at 21 as well, we were all had that drinking along phase and didn't see other people's as an issue either.
No.
So how soon into the relationship did it start to go sour?
I would say within probably by the end of the first year, I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't know what it was. So things like the mobile phone. So he'd bought me a lovely mobile phone as a gift. But what I didn't know is that it came with a caveat, which he didn't tell me at the time of buying the phone. So I was suddenly thrown into this pattern that at the end of each month, so this was back in the days where your phone bill, your mobile bill came itemised on an actual printed out letter. Tell how old I am.
I was around then, yeah.
Yeah. And so he'd want to sit down with me and go through the itemised bill, see who had been calling, and want to know, well, who's this number? Who's this? Why are we on the phone this long with such? And so that was kind of like, oh, well, I was just talking to such and such. And I knew there was something wrong. I didn't know what that something wrong was. By this point, he had persuaded me to give up my job that I had and come and work for his company. So we were now working together in the same office every day, living together. So some of the things that I noticed, it became very jealous at work if other people were talking to me, and it escalated to the point where he didn't want to let me go to the toilet by myself at the office, and I would have to wait to go to the bathroom so that he could escort me to the bathroom and then watch me go to the bathroom. And like, again, I knew part of me was just like, oh, he's insecure, I don't know, you kind of make excuses for people's behaviour, don't you? And as I've already kind of expressed, you can't really say no. I could have tried to say no, but it wasn't going to work. It was just going to mess up my work day and everybody's work day. I might as well just, go to the toilet and do what he wants. So I'd kind of in that first year, I'd lost my kind of living independence, so I didn't have a place of my own anymore. I was now financially dependent on him because he was now my boss and he gave me my salary because I worked for him. So they were two major things that screwed me, basically, in terms of being able to have options that, okay, if this isn't right for me, then I could step back, or I could, move back to my own place, or have my own money to do things. Within the first year, that was gone. And it was replaced with this overt generousness where he would buy me lots of things. So I think probably in that first year we were together, I think we did 3 holidays abroad at least, for like 2 weeks apiece. So he was extremely generous with me, like financially. His claim that he loved me so much he didn't want me out of his sight was even that I get being in love and wanting to be with somebody all the time is a really normal thing, isn't it? Particularly in that honeymoon period. So again, it didn't really ring off any alarm bells. But the alarm bells came when my honeymoon period finished and I wanted to do other things, or go and hang out with a friend, or and then suddenly those options weren't allowed anymore. That's when the alarm bells rang. But by this point, it was too late. Any friends that I'd hung out with were another thing that happened. So in that first year, every friend that I had previously to meeting him were suddenly, they're bad people, they're pond scum, they're like the worst people ever, you shouldn't be hanging around with them, you're better than that. So one by one, all of my friends got cut off.
Yeah, he picked
So by the time I've realised that actually I'm not enjoying this, I need some space for me, that option not only being prevented by his demands, but actually those friends and connections that I used to have were no longer there. So I was isolated very, very systematically, is what I would say. I completely missed it.
I've got to ask, it might seem like a bit of a strange question, but I'm a victim of domestic violence myself. And the one thing I noticed was with my ex-partner, the way he would speak about his ex-partners was quite revolting. Did he ever speak to you about any of his ex-partners before, at the beginning of your relationship?
This is where the plot thickens. So he's got an ex-wife, and got two sons with her. So I'd obviously gotten to know his. So I think he went up to see. He made a very big point of saying that he's got a great relationship with his kids. He goes to his ex-wife's once a week, spends the night so that he gets to spend some time with his kids, and then he takes them to school the next day. Which was like great. You mean a guy who's not with his baby mama anymore, but actually putting in the time with the kids. So I was like, this is great. I think eventually I was invited to go and stay over with him at this at his ex's. Now we got on great. Looking back, we're very similar people. Very similar people. It wouldn't have been till probably a couple of years later that I actually discovered he was still sleeping with her. And she was allowing him to sleep with her because he paid for everything. paid for her home, paid for the car, paid for the holidays, paid for the kids to go to private school. And now I don't know whether this was expressly said or whether this is how she felt. She felt if she said no, that he would withdraw all of that financial support. However, knowing what I know about him, he would have completely used that over her head to get what he wants, because that's what he does. And I think after realizing that that's what had happened, or that's what was happening there, I think it made my heart sink, because I was like, even if after all this time she can't get out, what hope do I have of escaping this? Yeah, that was, like I say, I didn't know for at least a couple of years. I did not know. And I think even the times when I was like, these two are very in sync. They were just very close. They were very, very close, which I think at first I was like, oh, this is really good, actually. This feels quite healthy and like everyone's communicating well. But after a while I was like, this, again, knowing that, okay, this feels like there's something not quite right, but being unable to put my finger on what it was. One of the things that I'd noticed was they'd got 2 children, and the eldest one would binge eat and was very, very overweight. And I mean, not my kid, not really my factor. I mean, I just stayed out of it. And whenever the kids were with us, I'd occasionally bump into him, rummaging through the cupboards to eat whatever he was going to eat. Things like, so he used to spend the eldest child would spend an inordinate amount of time on the toilet. And they were just like, oh, he's a young boy. And I was like, and I honestly think he was taking food and
snacking,
binge eating in the bathroom in peace and sorrow. I think that was his way of coping. And I'm just like, for a child to have those sorts of behaviours, there's got to be something going on that's not okay, right? You would think so. When my ex and his ex eventually kind of came to the conclusion that there was something wrong, I think school had raised some concerns, and then they'd gone to the doctors and the nutritionists. And I think just in conversation, I was like, you do know he binge eats, right? And they were like, what do you mean? It's like, nobody knew. And I was like, what? I'm sorry? Where did you think all the food went? Nobody had cottoned on that this little kid who was clearly struggling with, I can't say that it was the family dynamic, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was that unhealthy family dynamic. I mean, a kid knows when their mom is being, forced to do things she doesn't want to do for money. I mean, we have a name for that.
And I think he was clearly in denial. They were clearly in denial that he had an eating disorder.
Yeah.
Easy.
And so it was things like that I struggle. I knew there was a problem. I didn't know what the problem was. At that time, I really didn't have the kind of the knowledge or the emotional intelligence even to work out what the problem was. Then to see somebody else suffering the effects of probably the same problem, them not being able to put a name to it, and this is how they're coping with it. Finding out the ex-partner was also in a really horrible situation that they couldn't seem to get out of. And it just, I don't know, I think it made me depressed, to be honest with you. I was like, how do you get out? If all these other people are stuck in this kind of toxic, psychotic situation, how do I get out? And the thing is, I don't think I actually wanted to, because I loved this guy. Absolutely loved it. And I wanted to fix it, and I wanted to make it better.
And you mentioned in a previous podcast you went on holiday, and you said it was, I think, one of the worst experiences of your life.
Oh yes. So okay, well, let me backtrack from that. So there's a build up to it. So after the first year, I knew there was something wrong, but I didn't know what it was, and it got progressively worse. And as I said to you, I loved this guy, and I would have done anything to make him happy. And I perceived his behaviour and his insistence on, it gotten to the point where he was choosing what clothes I wore, putting on my makeup for me, monitoring my phone calls, wouldn't let me go out anywhere unless he knew who I was going with. So I'd started a course at an evening course at a local college. I could only go if I was going with this one specific friend, and he would, she had to ring him when we arrived. She had to ring him again when we left. If he thought we were back later than we should be, it was massively controlling. And I was just like, oh, he just needs to be sure that I'm in this, I'm in this relationship, that I'm not looking for anybody else. I was really ready for a kid at the time, and so we talked about having a kid. So yes, that holiday was awful, but in order for that to make sense, I need to backtrack a little bit. So I said that probably within the first year, certain things had occurred that were starting to ring alarm bells with me. And probably that for that second year, so things had really escalated in terms of the control my ex wanted over me. And I really did perceive it as him just feeling insecure about our relationship, and that I just needed to prove to him that, he was my number one. I wasn't looking to get out of the relationship, and that I was committed and all of these things. So by that point, he was kind of choosing my clothes that I was wearing, putting my makeup on, monitoring my phone, being unable, I wouldn't let me go to places by myself. I'd started an evening course at college, and I was doing it with a friend, with one friend there, and he would only let me go if we travelled together. When we arrived, my friend would have to ring my ex to let him know that we arrived. When we were leaving, she'd have to ring him again to say this was when we left. If he thought we were taking too long to get from A to B, he'd be on the phone, wanting to know where we are, what we're doing. It was very, very suffocating. I constantly made excuses for this, that, this is just him needing to know that I love him, that I want this relationship, that I'm committed. So everything he asked, I did. And I didn't think it was, I thought it was a little bit extreme, but I was just like, this is what he needs. And I was more than happy to give that to him. I think by that second year, also this is when we talked about having a child. So I always knew that I wanted to have kids. That was never something that I was not going to do. I always wanted to have children, and so we'd been trying to have a child. And by the time I got pregnant, the behaviours were quite bad anyway in terms of controlling me. So I no longer had my own bank account. Any money that I had came from him. He bought all my clothes. He dressed me every day. I couldn't go anywhere without him. He'd follow me to the bathroom every day. I couldn't go to the toilet on my own. He'd monitor all my telephone calls and all of my text messages. It was suffocating to the extreme. We were still going out regularly, restaurants, pubs, holidays, all that kind of stuff. So when I eventually got pregnant, I don't know, it's like a switch. Like, I don't know, something happened in that moment of me getting pregnant. And that's when he turned violent. And I know I read all the statistics about domestic violence and about pregnancy being a trigger to escalation. And I still don't have an answer. I don't know how pregnancy can trigger violence, because to me it's like it's the most wonderful, amazing thing in the world, as I'm sure you know. Like, it really, really is. And so, sorry, go on.
I can only imagine it's to do with the hormones, because you might have perhaps in he might have perceived you as starting to stand up for yourself, maybe. And
Possibly.
I'm trying to think of the psyche behind it. How something so, like we mentioned, beautiful as conceiving a child, childbirth, and then he turns pure evil off that.
Yeah,
The back
it
of
was.
that, it's
I really didn't know what to do. Like I say, from the time we got pregnant, so things like like I said, we were probably out in bars and clubs at least. I'm going to say 4 times a week. Like there are a lot. And of course, I couldn't really do all those things anymore. Or I'd go out with him, and of course, because I wasn't drinking, I might come home early and leave him out and things like that. And so those changes ended up as like full-blown arguments, accusing me of having affairs, accusing me of the child not being his, the violence escalating. It was, I wasn't prepared. I didn't, not that anyone should be prepared for that, but it really took me by surprise. And it escalated so much. So my last probably encounter like that, I remember he'd gone out to a bar. I think I was only 2 months pregnant. I wasn't even that pregnant. I was only a couple of months pregnant. I'd stayed home. He'd been out drinking and doing whatever. And it must have been around 3 a.m. And all I remember was being dragged out of bed by my hair and him kicking the crap out of me. And for the first time in my life, I was frightened. No, I wasn't frightened for me. I was frightened for my baby. That's what I was frightened for. It's like he'd gone into this weird trance and he couldn't hear me. So I'm yelling at him to stop. Like, what is he doing? Like, let go of me. And it's like he wasn't there anymore. We lived in a beautiful 3-story townhouse with wrought iron and wooden spiral staircase. Honestly, it really was a lovely place. Except for when you're being dragged by your hair head first down it's the most scared I've ever been. I think we stopped in the middle floor where I was trying to get him to let go of my hair and trying to grab while trying to grab his legs to stop him kicking and dragging me. And in the scuffle, he's just pushed me and I've just gone the rest of the way down those stairs. That kind of fear for my life and my baby's life. There isn't any. There's nothing else in my life that scared me that much. There really hasn't, because I was like, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. And I don't doubt, even now when I'm sitting here talking to you, if I had stayed, I don't doubt that he would have killed me, because for some reason, it was bad enough when I wasn't pregnant, but somehow that pregnancy triggered something very dark in that man. And all I could think of was, I can't let a baby live in this. I can't let my baby be born into this. I said, and I ran away. I managed to get car keys. I don't think I had any things. It was like just me managed to get my car key. I'm not even sure I had a phone. I don't really remember leaving that night, but I know that I did, because there's just no way that I could have stayed there any longer. So we've been apart for a couple of months. He had obviously, come and apologise, trying to get me to come back home. He wanted to raise the baby and look after the baby. But I was adamant at that point. I was just like, I don't trust you. I do not trust you at all. So he'd managed to persuade me that he wanted me close by. So he actually paid a deposit and was paying the rent on a flat around the corner from where he lived. Now, of course, I didn't have any money, didn't have any access to money. I wasn't really in contact with any of my friends or my family. So I was pretty much on my own, and I've been sleeping in my car. Didn't have a job anymore because I worked with him and I couldn't go back to work. So his offer to get me somewhere to live so I could have that independence, but him still be close by to help out if needed, seemed completely rational. And I think this is one of the things, and that's something I still struggle with now, is how he's able to make abusive things seem rational and talk you round. It made complete sense when he talked to me about it. But the couple of months that I was there, so I had to get another job. So I got another job working at the local college, which was great. As soon as I'd come home and put my lights on in the evening, he'd start ringing the phone because he was watching the flat. Be knocking on the windows, knocking on the doors, ringing, wanting to know who was there, who I was there with. Then he found out where I worked, was harassing the receptionist at work, would be waiting in the car park, hiding behind my car, just stalking and harassing me the entire time. So that it's in that period when this holiday happened. So I think I'd won a holiday on some dopey scratch card or something or other. Ones that always look like scams, but it was an actual holiday.
I was going to say, the most I've won is £1, I think.
Yeah,
£1
yeah.
or two.
Anyway, so we'd won this holiday, and so it was like, well, look, he said, it's going to be the last time you're going to be able to fly anywhere abroad because of the pregnancy. I think I was maybe 4 months pregnant at this time. He was like, look, might as well just use it. He was like, I know we've not been getting on great, but maybe it's a good time to, like, you know, reset, reconnect. He said, I know we're not getting back together and blah, blah, blah. And again, he made it sound so reasonable. It was single-handedly one of the worst holidays and worst decisions I've ever made. So basically, from the minute we landed, he was fine on the plane on the way there. As soon as we landed and got into the apartment, it's like me just being there just set him off again. And it was just constant arguing, fight, and I mean like physical fighting. We both left that place, you know, bloodied, bruised. I think I'd broken a glass, and I think I'd slashed him with a piece of glass at one point, just in pure fear, and it was horrible. I'd fallen asleep. He was burning cigarettes out on me, like it. It was, and of course, I had nowhere else to go because we were on bleeding holiday, so there was no one to call, there was no one to go to. And short of just, you know, hanging around outside, at some point I had to go back, even if it was just to sleep or get my clothes. It was horrific, absolutely horrific. I mean, I would just say to anybody else who's going through that kind of abuse with somebody, don't be foolish. Like this whole notion that, oh, we can talk it through, we can, you know, we can come to an arrangement, we can work out the problems, which of course we all want to do. And I think with a reasonable person, you can do that. But of course, this wasn't a reasonable person that I was dealing with. This was a psychotic narcissist that I was dealing, which I had no idea of at the time. I think the cherry on the cake was when we arrived back in the UK, and he's like, oh, I want to go to the duty free. So he'd always buy alcohol and cigarettes at the duty free. And he's like, oh, do you want to choose some perfume? I was like, all right. So I kind of picked a perfume, and he's like, oh, my girlfriend's going to love that. I was like, so you've just taken your 4 month pregnant, still your wife, on a holiday, asked me to choose perfume that you're then going to give to your girlfriend. And I was just so I think probably within a couple of weeks of that, the girlfriend who, and I should have seen this coming. So the flat that he was paying for me, which was round the corner from his, just so happened that his bedroom window faced onto my living room window. And I literally opened the curtains one morning to find a whole naked chick stood on the windowsill, you know,
Fair enough.
bare cheeked, just flashing at me.
I remember hearing this in your last podcast, and I was thinking,
Yeah,
it's just chaos,
it's
toxic and chaos. Yeah.
I mean, like, I feel sorry for the girl now, because I did just promptly march over there and just, you know, I dragged her. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, what?
You went over and confronted him, didn't you?
Yes, but I think that's what he wanted though, because then it meant I was back over there defending the relationship, asking who's the skanky hoe, and all the rest of it. It's exactly what he wanted. He wanted me back over there, and then of course he was like, then he would side with me and like, oh, really sorry, you're gonna have to go. I can't believe you did that to her. When he's probably encouraged, like the windows were probably 2.5 feet up from the floor. She's had to climb onto the windowsill to do that. I don't think most women are just going to randomly do that. He would have enticed her to do that. And then when I turned on her. So, you know, it's so messed up. So messed up. But yeah, I think if you come across someone like that, all I can say to you is run. Don't look back. Run.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's hard at such a young age. You know, you're only in your 20s to identify the red flags, as someone of our age might identify to this day. It's the little things that you don't pick up on that become the most important when you look back.
Yeah, I mean, from
relationships.
From my perspective, I couldn't have seen the red flags because I grew up with those red flags, with somebody telling me all those red flags were normal. It's normal for someone to control what you do, what you say, where you go. It's normal for someone to abuse you and for me to say, oh, this is the right thing for you, that this is good. That's all I'd ever known. So there's no way I could have identified those as, you know, red flags. All I'd known is red flags. And in my world, everybody had been telling me that the red flags were green flags. So even when my own kind of instinct says this isn't right, my head's like, oh, but you must be wrong, Dionne, because everyone's always said that this is right. Even down to, so things like some of the pseudo Christian beliefs that I'd been indoctrinated with, and one of those was around the woman's role being to, like, how a woman loves her husband is by serving him and by giving him what he wants. So even in the context of an abusive relationship, my mindset was still, well, I'm clearly not giving him what he wants, so I must need to give him what he wants. So it never, and so I'm continually feeding into this toxic behavior, because not only do I think it's okay, I think it's what I should be doing. And when it's not working out, I'm then blaming myself for not doing it right, or not doing it well enough, or not proving to him that that he's the love of my life. And so between, you know, stepdad and the husband, those two things, I had no chance of being able to work out what behavior was toxic and wrong. I didn't know anything else. I really didn't know anything else.
So how did things progress after the dreaded holiday?
Right. Horribly. Absolutely horribly. So I think the holiday was just more of what was to come, really. So by now, even though I'm working, I've got another job now. I've got a car, but I'm living around the corner from him, which basically just gives him unfettered access to me constantly. So we're getting 30, 40, 50 phone calls a day soon as I get to my house after work in the evening, I switch the light on, the phone calls start. If I don't answer the phone calls, banging on the doors, banging on the windows, demanding to be let in. Stalked and harassed at work, getting into trouble at work by my boss because the secretary's in tears, because my ex has called 7 times, wants to know what time I arrived, who did I come with, what was I wearing, when did I leave. If I don't sort this out, I'm going to lose my job, which is a whole other story, because I don't know how you can say to your boss, I'm being harassed, and then suddenly like I'm the problem. That's how it was then. I think I was starting to stay away from the flat, and so I mean staying with friends who I'd kind of started to reconnect with and things like that. I remember coming home and finding he'd stolen all of the pots, plates, cups, cutlery, stolen them all in a bid to try and get me to go home. And so I've had to ring up, where's all my stuff? It's like, well, I gave it to you anyway, let's get your own now, and stuff like that. Another time I'd come back home and stolen I think I had like a DVD player, the TV, the radio, just kept breaking into my house and stealing stuff. Another time I'd stayed away overnight.
I was going to ask, how's he getting in the flat? No.
Don't know, but I'm assuming as he paid for the deposit and was paying for the rent, he probably just got a key off the landlord. I really don't know. I came home to find him naked, asleep in my bed, like like something out of a horror movie. I kid you not. Like it was. I have no words.
What did you say to him?
I dragged his naked butt and his clothes and flung him out of the front door. So this was like 8:30 in the morning, and I'm sure there was a bus going by who, got more than they expected on that particular journey to work. I don't know what else to do. And the thing is, so in and out of all of these things, so I've been calling the police. The police are horrendous. So even when I was living with my husband and the times that I'd called the police, and so this is long before we were very aware of domestic abuse, I think it would be different now. So things like I'd call the police to say that, I'm being attacked or I'm in fear of my life or whatever, and they'd turn up and they'd speak to my husband, but they would never speak to me. And so he'd spin them this whole story about how I was like a troubled black woman, and he'd been doing everything he could to keep me on the straight and narrow, and like things like that. I've had this evening, but he was handling it now. She's calmed down. And so constantly painting himself either as the victim or the hero, and me never actually getting to speak to the police at all. But this was the same with friends, with his family. So he would paint this narrative of me, none of which is true, in order to, in order to manipulate people's views of me, and in order to manipulate their behavior, mostly to isolate me. So that I remember barricading myself inside our spare room because my ex was going nuts, and I was like, he's going to kill me and this little baby. And I rang one of his brothers, and I was like, you need to get down here. So I've tried calling the police, who wouldn't come because I'd rung that many times, and in their mind that they'd been called out to, for false reasons, because he'd answer the door and manage that situation. And I called his brother, and his brother was just like, oh, he's told me all about you, get off the phone, don't call me again. And when I say barricaded, I mean like I put chest of drawers, chairs, and I barricaded myself in that room because he was kicking the door in trying to get at me. And I think at that point, knowing that no one's coming to save you, no one's coming to help you, that was a hard thing, a very, very hard thing. And in the end, by my complete surprise, it was the police were the ones who did eventually help me to get out. Once I'd moved into the flat by myself, and of course I'd had to ring them a bunch of times because he kept breaking in the house and harassing me and just being crazy. In fact, it got to the extremes of he'd hired a private investigator. I was being followed around by this Asian guy who kept taking pictures of me in my car, coming in and out of work, going to friends' houses. And I only found this out about a year later on that's what that was.
So you didn't notice him?
No, I noticed that there was somebody following me around. I'd never for the life of me thought it was a private investigator. That's the kind of crap you see on the telly, and it was only my ex admitted to me much later on that's what he'd done. So it was really bad. And I think on this one particular night, my ex was the same. It'd been ringing and ringing. I think I'd just turned the phone off, closed all the curtains, turned all the lights out. And so this was a regular practice that I'd started doing, because as soon as I'd turn a light on, it'd be straight round, knowing that I'm home. So I'd taken to living in the dark, trying to escape the harassment. And he knew I was in, and he wouldn't stop. He was banging on the doors, banging on the windows. I think I was hiding in my bed. I was just in bed, actually. I was in bed, just trying to ignore the noise and the hullabaloo. I'd already called the police, who hadn't come. But he ended up smashing the windows in the bedroom. So I was showered in broken glass. And I think it's one of the neighbours who'd called the police. So when the police arrived, there was a big hole in the window. I'd got all scratches and blood all over me, clearly quite pregnant at this point. And the police were the ones who were like, "You can't stay here. Like, it's not safe for you here." And they put me in a hostel, like a hostel for like a battered women's hostel.
I think where I'm from, they call them safe houses.
Yeah, maybe that's what they call them now. It was the strange. So I found myself basically between 4 months pregnant and giving birth to my son. I was homeless. And so the first place they put me at, it was quite big. I would say there was easily 15 to 20 families in this place. It was probably 10-foot high walls with razor wire around the top. They've got video intercom, so and staff on 24 hours a day. I think you could only have visitors on certain days of the week. The kids weren't allowed to play outside, and not everybody there was from a domestic abuse situation. But it was a lot of homeless families, basically. We've got some families who, because there were so many of them, were in 2 different rooms. There was just like each floor had like a shared kitchen. So of course everyone's fighting for like kitchen space and who's going to cook. They had like a lounge. It had all the comfort of a doctor's surgery. Like, I can't tell you how horribly lonely. Nighttime was just filled with children crying and sirens, and it was horrible. I think I was there for less than 2 weeks, and they told me there was no space there for me anymore, because I was pregnant. You're not classed as higher priority as somebody with a young baby or with a child, or that was at the time anyway. In fact, I tried to go to the council to get to see if I could get housed with the council, and they told me because I voluntarily made myself homeless that I wouldn't be able to get a property with them. So I did explain that no, actually this situation was because of domestic abuse, but again at the time they're like, that's not really a reason that you could use at the time. And again, because I was pregnant and didn't have an actual child, I couldn't be put on a priority list. And so I spent the next however many months it was in different hostels, different areas, still trying to hold down my job. When I didn't have a hostel to stay at, I was sleeping in my car and popping over to my sister's and like literally sharing a bed with my sister because she didn't really have the space for a spare room for me. So I was sharing a bed with her. My belly was growing. It was hard, really, really hard. Like,
It must have
I
been
lost so much. I lost all my stuff as well. So everything that I had in my flat was like, all I could take was the bag that I took that night when the police moved me. So I didn't have anything. I wasn't really in touch with my family other than my one of my sisters. Trying to hold down a job. I mean, I'm pretty sure my boss was just racist anyway, because I don't know how you can go to your employer and say, I'm a victim of abuse, which is why the poor staff member's being abused. And that doesn't turn into, oh, how can we support you? Rather than threatening that I'm going to lose my job if it doesn't stop. Like, and then after that period, I think I was bank staff or part-time or something like that, but she just wouldn't give me enough hours. So I think at the time it was, you had to work a certain amount of hours to be entitled to things like housing benefit and, you know, other state benefits. And she just would not give me the hours because she just didn't want me there. So I ended up having to give up my job because it wasn't enough hours to live on financially. It better off being on benefits, but I couldn't. So it was. I don't really have any words for that. Or like, it's hard enough being pregnant, but being pregnant of no fixed abode, trying to escape domestic abuse. I mean, I will say it's probably the longest time I'd had away from the abuse because he literally didn't know where I was. I didn't know where I was half the time because they were just like, oh, we're taking you to such and such a place now. Or, sorry, this is like your last 2 nights here. You're going to have to go somewhere else. And I didn't really, I mean, I've never had anything to do with that system before now. And honestly, I think it's one of the most difficult things for whether you're a woman or man going through any kind of domestic abuse, is the systems that they do have that are meant to support you all seem temporary. From, you know, leaving an abuser to being able to get somewhere, you mean a permanent place to live where you and probably your children can be settled, can be years in the making. Years of temporary housing, years of, you mean, temporary schools, temporary education, not having a consistent doctor or medical care. I mean, I'm looking back, so I didn't even have a social worker. So I didn't have anybody who was checking on me. Because I didn't have any fixed abode, I didn't do any antenatal classes, definitely missed my second scan. I wasn't getting any kind of, maternity care of any sort. The only time that I went to hospital and they did check on the baby was I think quite a lot of pregnant women suffer with, I can't remember the name of the condition, but it's where your ligaments are really stretchy. And so my hips kept dislocating, unable to walk. So I was staying in another hostel. I'd gone through, I was easily 8.5 months pregnant by this point. So I'm about a month away from giving birth. And I was kind of gone out for a walk and I was just waddling. It was summertime, waddling around. And I was in a lot of pain. And I ended up collapsing on the road. And I remember lying there on the floor. And I looked across the road and there was like a little red car that had been pulled over by a marked police car. And the police were harassing the occupants and didn't seem to notice the very pregnant black lady on the floor on the other side of the road.
Oh, no.
Not even joking. So thankfully, a resident living on the street had seen me and come out, called an ambulance, helped me back to the hostel, and got me to the hospital. I think I lost about 3 days. I don't know what pain meds they gave me. I think it was no, I can't remember. I think it begins with a P. I can't remember what it was they gave me for the pain. But I lost about 3 days. And then when I finally came round, my ex was sitting in the chair next to my bed because the hospital had called him because he was my next of kin. Now, like, I don't know that could have gone any other way. I do know that when you're in the middle of domestic abuse and you're fleeing for your life and the life of your children, you're not thinking, oh, let me just change my next of kin details at the hospital. And he was sitting there laughing and joking with the nurses like nothing had happened. Like, you know, he was the best guy in the world. Just, it was sickening. It was,
what was
really
running through your mind when you
I
went up to him?
Honestly, I think I faked going back to sleep because I just couldn't process. I just couldn't process. I mean, the only other good thing to come out of that was they also called I'll say a good thing, they called my parents. This shows you how desperate I was, that I was glad to see my parents. Despite podcast number 1, right?
Which we'll play after this podcast, and you will see exactly why we're a bit awkwardly laughing there. But
yes, it's definitely an awkward laugh. But and again, you know, when you've had nothing else, this is all I had. And at that point in my life, what I had with them was better than what I was currently going through, and they were there. They turned up. And that moved me. That was very awkward because I think I hadn't really had much contact with them for probably 2 or 3 years by that point. So I don't think they knew I was pregnant until they arrived at the hospital. So the isolation that had occurred during that relationship. So they didn't even know I was pregnant. I think once I'd ended up in hospital, I got somewhere to live quite quickly because the baby was due. And then that horrible process of my ex claiming, you know, oh, I want to help, I want to support you, I want to support the baby, and all of these sorts of things, and then using all of that support to abuse and control you. It never stopped. So things like, I mean, I probably haven't mentioned much. The dude was an alcoholic. Again, something I hadn't. Yeah, he was an alcoholic. So when our child was born, so we had a little boy. Once he was born, I can't remember if the nurse called him or I did say, obviously, I'm going to let you know when the baby's born. So I'd done that. And he was
before we continue, sorry, was he present during the childbirth?
No.
How was the birth for you?
The birth was great. It was really fast. So I think I'd been staying at my parents' house just kind of when it got close to delivery day. And I think they forced me to go to the hospital. I definitely remember sitting there. I was eating some jerk chicken and rice and peas, a lovely Caribbean dish, in between contractions. And they were like, we think we've got to go now. I was like, can I finish my food? They were like, no, we got to go. I remember sitting in the front of my mum's car, and I couldn't actually sit on the seat. I had to just kind of perch on the end because the head was so far down by this point. And of course, I hadn't been to any antenatal classes. I didn't know anything. I think that was a good thing. So when we got to the hospital, I think the delivery suite was on the first floor of the hospital. And we got up there, they put us in a room, and so they want to know how frequent the contractions are. And I was like, oh, probably like maybe about every, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes. And Mum and my sister were both there, and they both just looked at me and were like, we just came up in the lift, which is 1 floor. Like, you just had 2 contractions in the lift. Like, yeah. The midwife came and asked me what pain relief I wanted, which of course I didn't have an answer for because I hadn't been to any antenatal classes, so I missed all of that with the pregnancy. I had no clue what was available, so I think they were starting to go through the list. And maybe 2 minutes later, I think they do a sweep. I won't explain what that is for those who don't know. We'll find out eventually. And they just looked at me dead in the face and says, right, I need you to do everything that I say to you. She says, it's too late for any pain relief. The baby's coming now. And I think from arriving at the hospital to having a baby in my arms was probably 20 minutes at most.
That is the birth of dreams.
Yeah, kids flew out. They did try and give me gas and air, which I promptly refused because I was just like, this, okay, you've told me to concentrate on you and like listen to what you're saying and follow your instructions. Then you give me gas and air, and now I can't see straight. My head's giddy. Like one or the other ladies, yeah, you can't do both. I have since discovered that my birth story isn't usual. I just thought it was quite normal. So I've had another child since. I think I've got quite, yeah, I think it's called a high pain tolerance, but I don't think it's a high pain tolerance. I just think I process pain quite differently to other people. So I am on the spectrum, so I'm diagnosed with autism as well, late diagnosis. And I think that's just something that I have noticed just over the years, that I don't really respond to pain the same way that other people. It's like I know it's there, but it's generally, so things like I forget to take painkillers for pain. And sometimes the only way that I know that I'm in pain is things like I notice my leg will start to shake. It's like I felt the pain before, I felt it before, but I hadn't really done anything about it. And it's like I know it's really bad if my limbs start to shake. And you can imagine, just imagine how much pain you'd need to be in for your body to start, shaking. So yeah, I think that's why pregnancy went like that. I mean, I don't recommend labour. I really enjoyed giving birth though, very much. Both times, it was great. So no, he go on.
Sorry, Karen. I was going to ask, how did the relationship change then? You give birth, you've gone home, you come back from the hospital, you settling back home. How then did he react?
I would love to say this is the part where like turned it all around, changed, became a better human being. And part of me hoped that that would be the case. And that was certainly what he was telling me. So I think one of the first things he did, so the house that I moved into was absolutely bare. And when I say bare, I mean it was concrete floors, no like paint or anything or wallpaper on the walls, no curtains, no furniture, but I had 2 sofa chairs that had been given to me by a friend of the family. And at night I would push them together and sleep across it for a bed. And somebody had given me like a little mini TV. That was literally all I had. Didn't have anything at all in that house. I was getting some help from like the council with like money to decorate and carpet and things like that. So as usual, my ex kind of, wanted to swoop in a knight in shining armor. Like, oh, I'll make sure you've got everything, make sure the baby's got everything. So he kind of just went crazy and bought all this stuff. We've got like a bed, a cot, wardrobes, anything to think of. Like he bought a bunch of stuff for the house. I think he gave me one, like an old TV out of his house, all kinds of things. But as is always with that guy, he thinks that because he's bought a bunch of stuff, he can just turn up at any time of the day or night. And we're back to, I'm trying to kind of like build my life and my friends again. And he was just coming around all the time, and so there wasn't any boundaries or limits around when he could be around. It was like, it's my kid, I want to be here, and not really having any recourse to say, no, that's not okay, because I need my space as well. Very, very intrusive. So he was around all the time, in and out of the house. I'm, trying to build my life and can't do that because, well, he's there. I think by the time he was 6 months, was when I first started. The first reports of me abusing my child were sent to either the police or social services. I had lost count of the amount of false allegations. So I think, first of all, it was I wasn't feeding him, he was dirty and not dressed. Then it escalated to I was doing drugs in the house in front of my kid. I was being a prostitute and having sex with men in front of him. Like the stories just got wilder and wilder. And I think in the end, I packed all the stuff he bought us. I literally, packed everything up, took all the furniture down, like everything, packed it in my car. I think I did about 3 trips, took it all to his house, plonked it in the front yard. I was like, I don't want this, because if you're using this as a way to control me still, as a way to have like free, unfettered access to my life, to my kids' life, when we're not, like, if you're still gonna then, try and cause issues with false allegations, and I was just like, I'm done. I said, all this stuff isn't worth it. It isn't worth it. And so I think about 3 trips, took the whole lot back and just started from scratch. So I was like, this isn't worth it. He is not capable of being able to help me or support his child without strings. That's it. Everything comes at the price. And I was like, the price is too high. I feel, even looking back, I actually feel quite proud of myself being able to do that, because I think that's the thing that his first wife couldn't do. She couldn't say no to the stuff. I'd like to say that it turned out better for me than her, but honestly, I'd be lying. I think that by doing what he wanted, his first wife, that by doing what he wanted, she got an easier ride than I did by fighting my corner, which is sad. Like, it's really sad that that's how it had to go down. I think when our son was 6 months, and then because there'd been this rash of allegations, I think it'd gone to family court, and of course none of the allegations had any foundation whatsoever. But there was a court order put in place to make sure that he wasn't constantly in our house, in our life, kind of thing. So the judge ruled that our son went to stay with his dad at the weekend, which he was old enough to do by that point at 6 months old. He would stay at his dad's for the weekend, which meant he had time with his dad that was not with me, didn't have to be at our house and the rest of it. Which at the time I was actually really relieved of, because I don't think I would have been able to get to that place by myself with him. I had no power to make him do that. So inadvertently, he'd kind of opened this doorway to the family courts, which in this particular instance had actually been really helpful at setting some clear boundaries. I'd love to say that was the end of it, but the spate of just false allegations, harassing friends and family that came to my house, more private investigators following me around, and it was a lot. There's certainly a couple of occasions in the first 2 years of our son's life one of them, I remember, police officer, in fact, 2 police officers, because they come in pairs, and they'd been to my property that much on false allegations. When I opened the door, the first thing out of his mouth was an apology. He said, "I'm really sorry." He said, "I know that we've been here enough times before." He said, "We know you and your son are fine." He said, "But because the allegation involves a child, we have to check it out." And it was those little loopholes in the law that allowed the harassment to continue. So even though the police knew there was no issue, they still had to come to my house, and they were doing things like looking through his bedding to look for needles and drug paraphernalia. And they've been told, because that's what they've been told, there was no food in the house, so I couldn't feed him. So they're looking in all the food cupboards and the fridge. It's so intrusive and demeaning to be constantly having to tell the authorities that I'm not this bad person that he says that I am. And it would go a step further. So they started off with allegations to the police, then went to allegations with social services. So with the police, they have to come out and check any allegations that involve a child, which of course my ex presumably knew this. So even when it had been, they've been there 6 times in a month, and they know there's nothing on, then they still have to come. They still have to check the property. They still have to check the child. They still have to write a report. Social services is a step further. So when the allegations go to social services, they want to see me in my home. They want to, inspect and check my child. They then want to speak to the health visitor. They then want to speak to the GP. My son was in nursery. They wanted to speak to the nursery staff. They wanted to speak to my employer. So I've got a new job by this point. Now, I don't know about anybody else. For me, being constantly accused of something that I wasn't doing I can't really express the feeling aside from making my blood boil. And of course, if you then react emotionally to that feeling, when you're dealing with social services, the courts, the police, of course, then it looks like, oh, well, there must be some foundation to this. Then if you're going to react emotionally, but you're telling me that this isn't the case. And of course, all of these professionals are white. I'm the single black mom.
Right.
It's an almost impossible situation to be in. And just so in case other people hadn't figured this out, my ex was also white. Middle-aged white guy with his own business, financially well off, great reputation, versus single black mom. It was suffocating and infuriating to levels that I don't really have a decent way to express. It's required a lot of therapy. That's all I can say. A lot of therapy. And constantly trying to prove your innocence in ways you never expected. So things like, because there've been these constant allegations, I remember the nursery contacting me to say that they'd spotted bruises on my son and that they needed to report it. So I'm like, what bruises? He's been with you for like a year by this point, and I know we haven't got bruises here. So I'm in a complete panic. Go and speak to the nursery. They show me the bruises that they've now reported to social services. And I was like, so when I saw them, they were at the base of his spine, on his back, at the base of his spine. And I was like, okay, so these, what you perceive as bruises here, is called Mongolian blue spot, which is very common in mixed race children and has been there since he was born.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And you've now reported this to social services, but they'd only done that because obviously their kind of radar was up now because there'd been so many allegations that had been investigated and they'd had to answer reports and give information. And so they're now on the lookout for things. So I understand how it's happened. And they've then had to go through a whole, second case, which had zero foundation because of the ignorance of, staff at the nursery, social services about, the DNA makeup of Black and mixed people. Yeah. And so it's stuff like that. So it's like this whole notion of there's no smoke without fire. And of course, we've all done it. We've all thought, oh well, I'm sure that wouldn't be happening if they hadn't done something. And I get how people's minds work. And I think during that time, it's been so important to have, some key family members and friends who knew me, because actually having to be this single mum, having to deal with all of these professionals by myself, unsupported, without an advocate, still going through domestic abuse. In fact, this being a byproduct of the domestic abuse, and not a single person, not a single professional realizing that their services are being abused in order to harass me. And I'm not going to lie, that went on using those different professionals and bodies and police and all the rest of it. That went on for 20 years. I have been in and out of court dealing with false allegations for 20 years. Still having to, go to a family court judge who's an old white man in his 60s and prove to him that I'm not a prostitute.
Tough.
And we're talking like this. 2018 was the last time I had to do that.
Not that long ago. And
no.
Can you even think why your ex put you through all this torment?
He doesn't like being told no.
So
that's all I can think.
Continued his reign of horrendous abuse.
Yeah.
Just to get back at you.
Yeah. That's
determination.
I'm a little bit like, hats off. Like, he is a very committed person. Like, massively committed person. I've never met anybody else like him, thank God. And I think, as bad as that sounds, it got worse. So he just like that. Okay, let me just take a breath, because I still, not only does it make me mad, mad isn't the correct term for how it makes me feel, and for the impact it's had on mine and my whole family's life. So in and amongst all of these constant allegations and investigations and court cases and evidence, and the toll that takes on you as just a human being is horrendous. Whilst trying to, still be a good mom and do all those things you need to do while still working, going through university. I've gone back to school, gone back to university. So I had a fire in my house. No, it wasn't a serious fire at all. But the property was owned by a housing association. So there'd been a small fire in the kitchen. We'd have to call the fire brigade out. The kitchen was so small that by the time the fire brigade turned out, the fire had put itself out because it ran out of oxygen. So it was just, that's just embarrassing, isn't it? That's how small the kitchen was, and the fire burnt itself out.
Kind of a blessing, though.
I know. So it was mostly smoke damage in there. And so I think we'd had a bit of he'd quietened down for, let's say 6 months or something like that. And so I'm starting to think, maybe we've turned a corner. So I said to her, look, I've had a fire in my kitchen. I can't use the kitchen at the minute, but I've got a 2-year-old. I said, I can feed him. I said, but I can't cook any hot food at the moment. I said, would it be okay because obviously he was still going to his dad's every weekend from Friday till Sunday anyway. I said, would it be okay if he could stay with you for the next week until until the housing association could come and sort the kitchen out, and then I'll take him back home. He's like, yeah, that's no problem. We arranged a date that he would bring our son back home. So the kitchen had been fixed. The date that he should have brought our son home came and went. Now, I wasn't too concerned, really. I mean, I'd never had any concerns of him looking after his son. The day came and went. I'd left a couple of voicemails. I was just like, oh, maybe he's just not picked up his voicemails, or got the date wrong, or visiting family, whatever. Next day, still had no reply on the phone. So then I'm starting to like, what's going on? So I went over to his house, no answer, couldn't get any answers. So by the second day, I'm really starting to panic now, like, what is going on? So then I start ringing around his family. Nobody will speak to me. So then I'm just like, what is going on? So this was literally just before Christmas. I think I'd phoned up. Did I speak to the police? I don't think who I spoke to first. So I think he'd probably been kind of like AWOL for 3 days at this point. I think I spoke to the police, like the non-emergency number with the police, and explained the situation, that he'd gone to his dad's, so he'd like prearranged, gone to his dad's, should have come home at this date, hasn't. We've tried every avenue to contact him, haven't been able to do so, been to the flat, nobody there. Their question was, well, do you have any concerns over the safety of your son? And I was like, well, not really, no. And they're like, well, so it's not really an emergency then. These were the vibes I'm getting from the police now at this point. Yeah. I think I talked about the court. So the court order. So this was the thing that burned me. So there was a court order to say that he visited his dad at the weekend. But because the court order neglected to say that he should reside with me during the week, the police wouldn't act on it. I have no words. So I'm just like, so it's just okay. Now I can guarantee you, if I'd run off with a kid, I'm sure that it had something to say, and that something would have happened. So it's been a week now. A week's gone by now. Me and my whole family are all fretting. I said it's just before Christmas. It literally was just before Christmas. So on Christmas Eve of that, I had to phone and report him missing. I did. Again, there isn't really a way I can adequately describe how that went down, and having to do a missing persons report and do that thing where you find the most recent photograph of them and what were they wearing when they left. It was horrific. Of course, because it was just before Christmas, all the Christmas decorations were up, the presents were under the tree. It was the most gut-wrenching thing I've ever had to do.
Terrifying.
Yeah, there aren't any words. I couldn't stay at home at all. So I went and stayed with my parents. So that was Christmas Eve. Reported him missing, and the police were like, well, if you haven't heard anything by Boxing Day, come back to us. Now, I don't know about the way you imagine the police respond to a missing child, how they actually respond to a missing child, particularly when that child's mother is black, is quite different than you'd imagine. It was no Madeleine McCann response, let's just put it that way. So they're like, oh yeah.
Questions I was going to ask was, like, how different do you think the police and the social services treat you as a woman of colour?
Okay, so let's just say that Madeleine McCann's parents live in the same city. So this all happened, but both of these incidents happened in Liverpool with Merseyside police. You can make your own inferences from that. Yeah, absolutely. So they were like, oh yeah, like if you still haven't been in touch, contact us again on Boxing Day. So I mean, I couldn't go back home. I just couldn't, because all his toys and clothes and that, so everything triggered me. It was awful. The family were all in bits, and so I stayed at my parents for Christmas. Because again, back to like podcast one, if you'd podcast, knowing that podcast one is better than the current situation, is like, yeah, the trauma was real. So Boxing Day came around. And I think I'd called the non-emergency number again, and they were like, oh, somebody's going to come out to you today. Now, I have no idea what I was expecting, but what actually occurred in my mind is criminal. So the whole family kind of waited around all day. We eventually get a knock on my parents' door at midnight, like 12 p.m. midnight. No, sorry, 12 a.m. midnight. And so they answer the door, and it's this police officer. He's huge. He's probably, I'm going to say, like 6'9", absolute gigantic human being with his flak jacket on, and, you know, all the bits and bobs that police come with. So he said, oh, he needed to speak to me. Now, because the rest of my family were there, we were all like, no. Whatever you need to say, you can say to all of us. He's like, no, I just need to speak to Dionne. Can you please come out into the hallway by yourself? And I was like, no. Yeah, we all need to know what's happening. Everybody's going through this. You can speak to us all. And I think it's probably one of the rare times I actually saw my mum stand up for me. And she just went in front. My mum was like 5 foot, nothing. She was like a tiny human being. This guy was huge. And she just went straight out into the hallway, and she was like, nothing is happening out in this hall. This is my house. You need to speak to her. You speak to everybody. And you do it in the main room with everybody. You're not pulling her out in the hallway. That's not happening. So he kind of relented a little bit then, and stood in the doorway. So I think it was me, my mum, my stepdad, and another family friend, my sister, and myself, all in the living room. And he proceeded to tell us this series of events that even now I know was a complete lie and a fabrication. So supposedly they had managed to contact my ex, who had my son, and my son was fine and well. Apparently, he told them that I had dropped my son off at his house, claiming that I didn't want to look after the child anymore and that I relinquished my parental responsibilities. And I was just like, I'm sorry, what? What now? I was like, that's a total lie. And they're like, well, that's what we've been told. That's all we can go on. I was like, no, but I told you something different when I reported my child missing. I said I already explained to the officers when they came on, because they actually came to my house to take the missing persons report. I said to them there and then, I said I'd had a fire in my kitchen, which is the reason why I'd asked him to look after Roger, because I couldn't cook any hot food. And they said, well, those officers have already put on the report that there was no evidence of a fire. And I was like, whoa. So they put this in a report. I said, they didn't leave my living room. How would they know? They didn't leave my living room, yet they've seen fit to put on the report there was no evidence of fire, yet that's what yeah. And so, you know, this is a constant, it's racism. I don't care what anybody says. If I tell you that this is what happened, and you don't even check it, your assumption is that I'm already telling a lie because of the color of my skin, but the white person must be telling the truth. So we were all, by this point, we were all like, what the hell? then proceeds to tell us that they'd already spoken to social services about, and that social services had already made the decision that my son should remain in the care of his father. Now, for those of you who don't know, I'd spent most my adult life as a sign language interpreter, working with the police, working with social services, working in and out of courts and all of this. So I know how the system works. So my first question was, I know that social services cannot legally make a decision about any child without both of the parents' knowledge. And if anything is agreed, it actually has to be approved by a judge and seen in court. So your whole notion that this has been done over a weekend by social services, I know, is complete and utter bullshit. It's like, well, that's just like what I've been told and blah, blah, blah. That's when I knew. I was just like, oh my God. I don't think I'd taken the time to appreciate the power dynamics in my marriage, and not just in my marriage. So I think I've mentioned to you about the fact that he'd hired private investigators multiple times to follow me around and document where I was and things like that. I remember being cornered by him one day, claiming that my friends were criminals and this, and I was like, what are you talking about? So he'd obviously used his information from the private investigator to find out the names of people who were my friends and who I was spending time with. And he'd got their police record printed out on a piece of paper in his house.
How?
See, that's the face, Jen. Right? That's the face. But it wasn't until this copper came to my house telling me a bunch of lies that honestly, I was just like, who is this man? Do you know anybody else who can get access to someone's police records?
No.
No, because it's illegal. Because it's illegal, right? Who could get a police officer to go to somebody else's house and tell barefaced lies? Like, I know it's barefaced lies about social services being involved and they've made this. Who could make that happen? I still to this, and so we tried to put in a complaint with the police, which went absolutely nowhere. Basically, the officer was like, we're like, the child's safe and well with his father. We're now removing ourselves from the situation. If you're not happy with it, you're going to have to go through civil court to do anything about it. So I don't know if you tried to get a solicitor on, Boxing Day.
Yeah,
there aren't any.
Come by.
There aren't any. So basically, we couldn't get any legal support until the new year. So, it's been nearly a month by this point when I've finally got a solicitor involved. But yeah, I think that was the first time that I really started to digest, who is this guy that I married? Not only is he a psycho, but he also has access to resources that us normal folks just don't have. And so the other stuff makes a bit more sense. It's like, so why can't I get the police to listen to me, to act on the things that I say? We've not only got this abuser who is controlling the narrative, we've also got this massive power dynamic of, white middle-aged guy who's clearly got connections and, black single mom trying to do her best in the worst possible situation with zero support because he's isolated from everybody. And I do not have the answer. All I know is that this dude is dangerous. And now I was connected for life because we had a child together. That brought some hot tears. Some hot tears. So that whole situation, so did eventually, obviously I did get some legal support, put in an application to court. So for 2 months, the court couldn't find him to actually serve him with papers. They had to hire private investigators to go and find him to serve him with papers to go to court. It's a lot of private investigators, it's a lot. It was a lot. So I think we eventually got to court.
How did they struggle to find him?
He was in hiding wherever he was in hiding. I honestly don't know. I honestly, like I say, it's connected. I can only imagine it in an unhealthy and illegal way. And I don't want to ask any more questions about that. So yeah, it did eventually go to court, and same story. You know what I mean? I'm doing drugs. I'm a prostitute. The child was, you know what I mean, unkempt, not fed, dirty, blah blah blah. And the judge was great. Saw right through it. It's like there's no evidence of anything that you're saying. You need to give the kid back. And that's when I got my first residential court order. So the new court order clearly stated that Monday to Friday the child resided with me. The fact that I couldn't get the police to act on the existing court order, which that still blows my mind.
Yeah.
That a contact order giving the father, or well, the father or the mother, the other parent, access at the weekends should automatically, assume that means the rest of the time the child is with the other parent. Yes. Correct. But somehow in my case that wasn't the assumption, and the police would not help. In fact, they helped him to steal my son by coming to my house and telling me a whole pack of lies about stuff that never happened. So we contacted social services once they reopened after Christmas. I think I left a message because nobody answered, and a lady rang me back. And so this was from Liverpool social services, because this is where all this was happening. And she'd never heard of me or my son or my husband. There was no case file. We weren't on there. But even though there'd been previous allegations that they'd investigated, we still weren't on their books. So I'm just like, so they'd never heard of us. Yeah, it was horrendous, absolutely. So it took, I think it was 3.5 months by the time I actually got my son back. And because there was a court order in place that same week, I had to send him off to his dad's at the weekend.
Ouch.
Yeah. That was a burn, absolute burn, that somebody can do something like that and not only get off scot-free, but now the law is still supporting them when the law doesn't support me. Like, what is going on?
I can almost vision his arrogant face as you're dropping your son off. Right.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully the judge did agree that somebody else had to do the drop off, because I think that was just one that I don't know anybody that could have coped in that situation at all. So yeah, we'd agreed that somebody else would do the drop off and pick up. I'd love to say that was the last time that the first and only time that happened, but it's not.
No,
at all.
I've got your notes here, and I'm counting through the first theft of your child being 2004 to the final theft being 2016. So I'm trying to piece together how many times he.
So I think it was three. It's three in all. I think one of my major bugbears, I mean, I don't have any time for the police at all. I was just like, you're not for me. The police service is not designed for people like me. I remember having I'd fallen out with my neighbours with my neighbours at one of the places where I lived. And in fairness, it was totally my own fault, causing noise, having people over late, and just being a general nuisance. But this lady had sent a boyfriend over who'd kicked my front door in, and just started smashing up my house with a hammer, as you do. I was hiding upstairs. I'd called the police, told them what was happening. They eventually turn up, and my house looks like a war zone, just gone at it with a hammer. And the first thing the police say to me was, "Did you do this yourself, love?"
You
was the
are
first things
correct.
out of it, and I was just like, "Ah, rah, I'm done with you guys. Done." Like, if I was dying now, I wouldn't call Merseyside police. Like, I just wouldn't, because they are not for me or for people like me. And yeah, I'm sure they're like, "Oh no, things have changed now." And it's like, well, I'm glad. I'm glad that things have changed, because one, they couldn't get any worse. But for people like me, the damage is done. And there's just no way that I can trust a police service who behaves like that. And it's been consistently over the years, even with things like trying to get my stepdad prosecuted for his crimes against me. Again, Merseyside police failing. And it's just been, and again, all of these perpetrators are all white males, victims are all black women. And I'm just like, if this were the roles reversed and the perpetrators were all black men, I don't think that these situations would have been dealt with the way that they are. Like, if it was a black man, he'd have been arrested the same day and in jail within a month. But the racial bias for and against is just so obvious. Just super, super obvious. And I don't have time for it anymore. Like, I don't dwell on it. I see it. I acknowledge that it's there. I hope that eventually it changes. Do I trust that change to occur? Not in the slightest. One of the first things I teach my kids is that if you're outside playing and, something's going down, kids are having a fight or things are getting out of hand, so do you take your shiny little black ass home? I said, because the minute the police, oh no, I do. So the minute the police turn up, the first place they're going to look, they're going to assume that this is your doing and that you started this and that you're the problem, even if you stepped in to help somebody. So no.
Let's hope Merseyside police watch this and maybe take accountability for their racial actions.
Well, that would be amazing, and I live in hope that would be the case. But as far as I'm concerned, they helped my ex to steal my child, not just on the occasion I've spoken to you, but you mean since then, and that has always been the case. That you mean whether it's the police or the courts or social services, those systems are designed to oppress non-whites. Whether that's to do with the system itself or the people working in those systems, I don't know. I'm not a researcher, but that definitely exists. I'd love it not to. I really, really would love it not to. But the fact is, it does. And for people like me, like when I explain to people that, I don't have a criminal record, that I have been in university for 8 years, that I have a master's in, linguistics and interpreting and translation, yet still had to go to court and prove I wasn't a prostitute. Well, what does that tell you? I can be as educated, I'm a homeowner, good income, like, it doesn't matter if those systems still see just the outside of me. And that's what I've come to understand as a fact, because that's been my experience over and over and over again. Which is sad. I feel like we've digressed. Not in a bad way, because I think it's good to talk about these things.
I think subjects like that need to be approached, and hopefully,
And even with the topic of like true crimes, you can't, like, crimes don't come without the police involvement, do they? And
exactly.
My experience of police and crime is that they're only interested in prosecuting crimes that they believe black people have committed, or others, let's just say others, because it's not just black people. And it just, I think one of the things that bugs me is in America particularly, and certainly since, George Floyd and the BLM movement, there's been a real acknowledgement of things like police brutality and racial bias and all of those sorts of things. I think they've had an amount of success with that. And I think there's still a long way to go to kind of challenge and change some of those patterns of behaviour. I think in the UK, I think we're still trying to kid ourselves that it doesn't really exist, that it's not really a thing. Well, I haven't seen it. Oh, I don't think that's and because you don't think that's the case. And I've fallen out with people who I considered friends who refuse to acknowledge that I might experience racism from different places and different people, because, oh no, that couldn't, oh, you must have misunderstood. I'm like, really though? So not only do you not want to believe me, you want to diminish my capacity to understand the situation that I'm going through. Okay, yeah, we're done.
I've gone to certain parts of the country, and I won't name them, I don't want to offend them, where it is still very current, very present.
Yeah.
And the way they speak about black people is I was shocked, because I didn't grow up there, and I won't say what part of the country it was. I don't want to generalize, but it was shocking how they a local bloke there, they called him, his name was actually Black, they called him Black John. No,
in fairness,
he wasn't known as John, and I was shocked. I was like, what? Well, yeah, he is black, but
so I went to visit again an unnamed part of the country, and I was with somebody else's auntie, an older auntie. We'd gone out to Asda, and she actually, there was an old guy who used to collect trolleys, a black guy who collected trolleys, and she was like, "Oh, that's N-word George."
No.
And then she realised who she was talking to. She's like, "Oh no, I didn't mean it like that." And that's what everyone called him, N-word George.
Horrifying.
Yeah, and the fact that it was so normal. And I'm not talking about when I was a kid. Like, I was a grown-ass adult in my 30s. Like, and it's just, it's
shocking.
I think the fact that it's bad enough. Sorry, excuse me. It's bad enough going through abuse, abusive relationships, domestic abuse, violence, and all of those things. But it is absolutely, the impact is compounded with systems and infrastructure which refuse to support you, refuse to help you, and actually, at worse, oppress you. And I'd love to see that change. I'd love it.
Here is a word from today's sponsor, Aura. If you Google someone, you can find out all kinds of personal information about them. This information is accessible because of data brokers who profit by selling your information to robocallers, telemarketers, spammers. You can use my link, https://aura.com. Aura is AURA. /Sean Atwood, SHAUNATT Wood, to try 2 weeks for free and see how many data brokers are sharing your info. Also linked in my description box on this YouTube version, or scan the QR code on the screen.
Aura also monitors your emails and passwords to see if they were involved in a data breach and exposed on the dark web, and gives you the recommendations on what to do.
Aura has almost every internet safety tool you'll ever need, all inside one app.
So, obviously, once I'd got my son back, and I still had that awful, like, at the end of the week, still having to relinquish him to go back to his dad's at the weekend because that court order was still in play, was honestly, it was devastating. The whole thing has and remains devastating, not just because of what happened, but because of the way the authorities dealt with things like the pre-existing court order, which was still active. So even though my child had been missing for 3 months and I'd just gotten back, and I think the handover happened on like a Tuesday, and then on the Friday night I still had to get him ready to go back to his dad's for the weekend. Honestly, the distress, I don't have any words to describe the distress at all, but use your imagination. It really was emotionally effed up. That's all I can think to say. It really, really was just a tragedy from any perspective. And then knowing that I still had to keep up that weekend visitation court order, even after everything I'd gone through, the fact that my ex had manipulated and abused the court system and the police in order to, steal our son, and nothing had happened to him, so he didn't get into trouble. There wasn't, reprimanded. There were no, he didn't get arrested. Nothing happened at all. It's just so unjust, and trying to explain the impact of those things. So during that 3-month period, when I was without my son, I was rarely staying I couldn't stay at my house at all. So I was staying mostly at my parents' house. I wasn't sleeping. I couldn't eat. I literally felt like there was a giant rock in my stomach at all times. And I cried so much that I stopped crying. And my frustration levels, and not really having anywhere to put that frustration. So things like I shaved my hair off, gone, because I had no other outlet that, wasn't illegal. I shaved all my hair off. It was almost like in the Bible, there's a practice of showing your grief through wearing sackcloth and putting ashes on your head. It was almost like that kind of process of grief, an outward expression of grief. And got the clippers and shaved my hair off, because it was a very cathartic thing for me to do. Did it help? I think it did help, actually. I didn't lose my mind. I had some sort of outlet. But that was also the time that I started journaling, which, as we know now, eventually turned into my first book. Second one is in the pipeline. So it spawned quite a lot of things for me in terms of how I dealt with this crazy, just with the craziness. And so that was the incident really that started the journaling and started my journey to writing in the first place. I would love to have had an easier journey that just decide one day, I'd like to write a book. But it really came out of necessity, that I needed that outlet. So that's where that started. I would say the next few years were quieter in terms of the abuse. That was partly due to, I think when my son was 5, I met and married my next husband. Lovely guy. I then got pregnant and had my daughter. So certainly for me, having a husband and another child kind of created the protective barrier for me against my ex-husband. But honestly, it was like still being married to my ex, in terms of things like, you mean purposefully interfering in how our son was raised, kind of feeding him false information or feeding him information that he knew would then cause some sort of altercation at home or become adversarial. So if I said, you know, this should be black, his dad was like, no, that should be white. And if I said, no, this should be up, his dad would be like, no, this should be down. And so there was that constant battle of, I think I want to say allyship. I want to say allyship. That's not it at all. My ex was battling for our child, and he wasn't doing it because he wanted our child. He was doing it because he still wants to punish me. And so it was nice at the time. You mean, I wasn't kind of in this on my own. So you mean, I had my husband to talk to and rely on. I've got another child as well. But it just meant that everything was always complicated. So if, like, my son's stepdad would, tell him off for doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing, the next thing we know, we've got his dad on the phone, or how dare he say this to my child, and making a mountain out of a molehill on a permanent basis, which then causes a permanent discord within our new family makeup, because my husband's like, well, I can't really say anything now because he's like, his dad's going to kick off about something, and it was just this constant merry-go-round of drama. So with my son he had issues at school. They weren't bad issues at school. He was actually incredibly bright, excessively so. So things like he'd taught himself the alphabet by the time he was 1 and was starting to read words by the time he was 18 months, 2 years old. So by the time he went to school, he could read fluently. And I'd stopped reading him stories because he could read the books himself. I didn't know that was unusual at the time. And so, of course, I'm trying to get to school. So I think he came, in reception year, and his homework was phonics homework. So I had to go back to the teacher. I was like, why have you given him phonics homework? They're like, well, that's because that's what the class is doing right now. I was like, but he can read. Why are you giving it? Like, can you not just give him something else? And the school absolutely would not. And so that was another thing that was a constant battle, was with school, and trying to explain this to my son's dad, like, well, we need to be able to get him some additional support. The next thing I know, I've got school complaining that I've been putting too much pressure on the child, and that I've not been meeting his emotional needs and his educational needs, because I won't do this, and it's whatever I did was wrong and worth tattletaling to somebody about something. And so it makes you live on like permanent high alert.
Eggshells, yeah.
Yeah, permanent high alert. And so it's just a very stressful condition to live in. So things like having a party, having friends around, and some people smoke weed and do other stuff, and me freaking out because somebody wants to smoke weed in the back garden, and I'm like, you gotta go. But like, and I know, it's not something that anyone should be doing, but ordinarily, like that's great. I don't do that. You do you. Wanting to, like, things like, if I know that either a friend or somebody I'm hanging around with, either they know somebody who's, I don't know, up to something illegal, or they're doing something dodgy on the side, so I'm just like, I can't speak to you anymore. I can't, because I know the next 5 minutes I'm going to be dragged up into court again because somebody that I know's friend or mother or whoever is doing something or other that could be perceived that I'm now putting my kid in danger or I'm doing illegal act. And so it's this constant pressure to live this perfect, unblemished life just in case. And so that's been a massively heavy pressure. I think not just on me, but on my relationships, on my kids. Like, no, you can't go to such and such's house. No, you can't play here. I don't know their parents, or I do know their parents and we're not hanging out with them. It makes for a very small world and for a very stressful, fractious family life. I mean, even probably more recently, having a friend who was dating a guy who I later found out was on the sex offenders register.
No.
I nearly lost my mind. And like, I lost a friend because she was like, well, we've got to be able to give people a second chance. And I was like, that, do you know what? Good for you.
So we won't go into detail, obviously, for protection of your friend's identity, but how did you come about to learn that your friend's bloke was a sex offender?
She actually told me. Right. So yeah. So anyway, there's just stuff like that, and I feel bad sometimes that I've had to keep such strict, firm boundaries, because this is the only way I know how to keep myself safe from the constant bombardment and abuse of false allegations. I'd hate to have, I'd hate to have a bad day and, make a silly decision and it cost me my child, which in all reality was totally a possibility. You mean, how many times can you cry wolf before there's actually a wolf? So yeah, that has been an ongoing pressure, I would say, and still and so periodically, I think my ex had play nice and be really helpful and friendly, but then with the other hand, it'll be feeding our son lies or boosting him for information, which he then I heard this happen, well, he told me this happened when I know. And so then you start this whole cycle again, and the next thing you know, you've got back in court because my child told me that this happened and the other happened, and all it is just normal everyday occurrences that he then twists into something crazy. So I think one example I'll give you is he claimed that I was giving our son cruel and unusual punishments because I told him he wasn't allowed to read. And I was like, hang on a second. I was like, but this our son, he was mad. He loved reading. He had hundreds of books. And I was like, this was because he'd done something that he wasn't supposed to do. And so his punishment was, he wasn't allowed to read books for a week. That's I guess I could have punched him in the face, And so
it's no different than some parents take, I don't know, their kids
taking the Xbox
games control away. And for you, it was his books, and that was the punishment for his bad behaviour. It doesn't warrant any.
I have to go to court though. I still have to go to court and prove that this. Yeah. And so it's just the anxiety that is connected with that. Things that people talk about paranoia, and then I'm like this whole thing about, well, is it paranoid if somebody really is out to get me? It's not paranoia at that point, is it? It's just that this is an actual and appropriate response to what's actually happening. And feeling, in fact, not just feeling, but being stalked, harassed, accused constantly for, you know, a decade, it leaves its mark, not just on me, but on the way that I parent, the way that my family works, the things that I let into our lives, things that I don't. And I know for a fact that I have let people and places and circumstances go because I can't cope with the potential fallout that they might have, even though it's nothing to do with me. And it's a very, very sad way to live. Extremely sad. So, I mean, it's not really any surprise that my second marriage didn't last very long at all. I mean, we still get on. Met another guy who was great. We got on like a house on fire. So we were together for probably seven years. And for the entirety of those 7 years that we were together, we were constantly having to battle accusations, abuse, lies, manipulation of my son, and even to worse extents, having to then start to battle accusations about abuse of my daughter out of nowhere and nothing. Honestly, it's.
And that was founded by him?
Yeah. Like, honestly, I don't really have any words. So I think one of the things that bugs me most about my ex is his ability to wait till the worst possible opportunity. He's an opportunist, and I wholeheartedly believe this. I think I already said, like, are you really paranoid if somebody is actually out to get you? And my question is, no, it's not paranoia. It is an appropriate response. However, that constantly being vigilant about what I do, who I'm with, where I am, is a byproduct of that kind of oppressive abuse that I've been subjected to for so long. But what I also know is that he is paying attention the entire time, and he's waiting for an opportunity, which is what happened when he took my son the first time. Was an opportunity presented itself. Actually, I needed some help at that point, and he was like, "Oh yeah, great, no problem, I'll give you some help," and then absconded with my son, and that which took 3.5 months for me to get my child back, after filling everybody with a bunch of bull crap about why he had our son in the first place. So I was aware of that, but as kind of time goes by and those incidents don't occur, I don't want to live my life based on, oh, well, this is what happened before, and just live in that kind of victim headspace. And I'm really conscious that that's not something I want to pass on to my children either. So I think I've always been quite proactive in trying to acknowledge my trauma, but then also trying not to respond out of my trauma, and trying to take things and people and situations at face value, and give people the benefit of the doubt, and not to always assume that this is going to turn out bad, that someone's going to do something horrible. And I've always kind of prided myself on, I don't do that straight away, but it's something I'm always working towards, because I don't want to live stuck in my, in difficulties and traumas of things that have gone by. And I think it's not fair either to new people and relationships that you meet. So in 2015, the Christmas, or just before Christmas of 2015, I was just basically summoning up the courage to make a formal police report about the incidents that occurred with my stepdad. The reason that I'd come to that decision was because I found out I wasn't the only one. So that was a huge deal. And even though we had put in kind of barriers and rules in place to keep my stepdad at bay, he was constantly trying to breach them. Not unlike my ex, who was, you know, constantly looking for a way in, that kind of predatory nature, which is why I'm not surprised I couldn't see the red flags, because basically I grew up with a guy exactly the same.
Of course.
You know? So I was kind of working just, you know, trying to pluck up the courage to not only do this and make the report to the police, I then had to then go and tell members of the family that that's what I was doing. And it was a hard thing, mostly because my stepdad had done the same thing that my ex had done, basically gone and told everybody a bunch of lies about, you know, I mean, about who I was and what I had done and how bad I was and blah blah blah, even though none of that was the truth. And so here's me, you know, 30 years later, attempting to undo that with the truth. So it was a very, very emotionally difficult time, but I was absolutely sure that that's what I wanted to do. Despite knowing there were other victims, I was the only one prepared to make a report to the police, so I had to do that by myself. And I think the week that I sent letters to kind of key family members, which spawned a whole bunch of phone calls, some of them really supportive, some of them completely like abuse. How dare I say this about my parent? Like, it was awful. And then having to still go to the police, make a police report. So this had gone over like Christmas and New Year. And just because what had been happening and going to the police, I kind of made a decision with the family that I needed to tell my son, not in too many details, but needed to at least explain why we don't see Nanny and Grandad anymore, you know. And so I did that as best that I could or knew how to, without giving too much detail. But that, you know, in the situation means they're not safe people to be around. They're not safe to be around children, you know. And it was a really hard time. Now, during that same month in January, I got a phone call from one of the local stores in the town centre to tell me that they'd caught my son shoplifting. Could I come and get him? And I was like, well, actually, I can't. I'm at work. And at the time working as an interpreter, traveling all around the country. So I can be there in a couple of hours. I was like, that's fine. Just keep him there. I'll come and get him. So when I finally get to the store, he's not there. And the store manager was like, look, he's actually been stealing for the past 2 or 3 weeks. And we were just going to give him some time to, like, you know, get it out of his system. It's not the first kid to have done that, stealing sweets and whatnot. So we told him that we'd seen him on camera, got him into one of the back rooms, asked him why he was doing it, blah blah blah. And he said he openly admitted that he'd been scanning for the security cameras to try and avoid the cameras whilst he was doing it. So it was completely intentional. So I'm completely bowled over by this, bearing in mind the stuff I'm already going through and trying to, you know, keep myself together. So I was like, well, where is he? And they're like, oh, he went with the police. So I'm like, well, why has nobody called me? Like, well, we don't know. So like, so you've caught my son shoplifting, you've called the police, he's gone off with the police, but you don't know who he's gone with. So then I'm trying to ring around the local police stations. Nobody's got a child in custody. So I'm starting to freak out a bit now, like, what is going on? I managed to call, eventually call the school. Oh, he's in school. And so I was like, well, how has he managed to go from being caught shoplifting to calling the police to being at school? Because somebody, and all this time, apart from the shop owners, nobody's called me. Not a single person has called me. So anyway, it turns out that the police officer who attended was some sort of like community police officer, or I don't know. Anyway, I was obviously not impressed as any mother would be. Excuse me. And I was, by this point, I'm just like, I literally can't cope with anymore. I can't. It's like I'm already coping with, like, I'm trying to deal with all the rest of my family's response to the, the news, plus actually do the police report, and then I've still got to go, and get interviewed and questioned, and so I'm dealing with all of that, plus having to, still just be a mom, go to work, and all the rest of it. Now my kid's shot. I was like, I don't have capacity to do anything else. I just can't. So I think I messaged his dad, and I was like, could our son stay with you for a couple of weeks? I said, there's a lot going on at home at the minute. I said, he's been caught shoplifting. I said, I know I need to deal with it. I said, but I just can't right now. Like, I really, really can't. Can you stay with you for a little while? He was like, yeah, that's fine. More than happy to help. And my dumbass believed him. So I think he packed up a bag, went to his dad's on the Friday. I didn't call him over the weekend. And then I did. No, in fact, I've been trying to call him over the weekend. I couldn't get hold of my son over the weekend. And I'm just like, do I panic? Or it's just like, you know what I mean? He's just a teenager. He's probably pissed off with me, blah, 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 On Monday, I still hadn't been able to get hold of my son. And I was like, rather than trying to go through my ex again, I was like, tell you what, let me just ring school. So I rang school to speak to school, and they were like, oh, we're sorry. We've been told not to speak to you anymore because you no longer have parental responsibility of your son. I was like, sorry, what? So this is between Friday and Monday. I can't even, my mind was blown. I was like, sorry, what? And I was like, no, that's not the case. And you can't even have paperwork to support that. You just can't, but they were adamant they didn't need to speak to me. If I had a problem with it, I would have to go to my son's father. And I was like, oh, are you kidding me right now? Like, are you? No, they weren't joking. The school refused to speak to me. Refused to give any information. And so, when you just,
frustrating, yeah.
When you're just like, we're back to this again, where the school hasn't bothered to ask for any corroborating information, for any background information. I said, I'm the one who registered the child at the school. I do all the parents' evening. I bought all the uniform. I've done everything for years whilst this child has been at this school. But because some white dude who you've never met says I'm no longer the parent in control, you just go out your head and believe him. Like, oh, honestly, I don't have the words to express when you're constantly faced with organizations, authorities, government bodies, whoever, that the narrative around a black person is just so easy to believe. If someone says something bad about me, it's so easy to believe, even though there is not a single shred of evidence to support any of it. But y'all go ahead and believe it anyway. I mean, I'm never surprised when I hear about people just, losing the plot and wanting to burn down the world. I'm not surprised by it at all. Right? I'm really not. So that was my first, like, oh my God, this is happening again. I then contacted, so I still had a residency order in place. Contact the police. They're like, he's old enough to make his own decision. We're not doing anything. Spoke to social services to see what they could do. There's nothing. They're like, he's not in any harm. He's not in any danger. This has nothing to do with us. And just like, bear in mind, I'm still dealing with the police, my family, like my own feelings about the crimes committed against me anyway. Like, I really was not handling any of it well, to the point where I was actually just too sick to work. I ended up being rushed to hospital from work on this particular day because my panic attacks were so bad I couldn't breathe, and I didn't know it was a panic attack at the time. Ended up being taken to A&E and just being signed off work because the culmination of the stress of all of those situations happening simultaneously. I mean, having to deal with one of them is bad enough, but having to deal with all of those situations simultaneously and supposedly do so with, foresight, hindsight, flipping third eye, like, it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. And
so
even though
did he have him this time before, and how did you manage to get him back?
Okay, we didn't get him back. We haven't seen him for 7 years. Oh. Yeah, God's to honest truth. We haven't seen him since.
So go back to you're trying to get him back.
Yeah, so in fairness, so my partner at the time, and we talked about it, and so one of the realistic conversations I had to have was, if he wants to stay with his dad, maybe that's the thing we should just let him do. Because I think my son was 13 by this time, so he's not a little kid. He's not a baby being taken from his mother's arms at this point. We were already aware of the fact that his dad had been providing him with an alternative narrative his entire life. And we were like, is this a fight is this something that we want to fight? And I said, although the circumstances of him ending up with his dad were completely underhand, and yeah, that was awful. I had to really sit down and think, okay, well, if this is what my son wants, that it should be okay that if he wants to live with his dad, that should be okay, right? Like, that I can't really stand in his way to do that. But my problem was I was never given the opportunity to ask that of him. So the first thing his dad did, which is one of the things that he did to me, was get rid of the mobile phone that I paid for my son. He got rid of the mobile phone, got him a new phone. So then I cut off any communication I've got with my son. We couldn't get any response on social media. We couldn't get any response on emails. School wouldn't talk to me because of whatever narrative his dad had given school. So I'm now, over the space of a weekend, I've been completely cut off from my son's life. Like, completely cut off.
That must be every mother's worst nightmare.
I would imagine so, yeah. And I was just like, because of the stuff that was still ongoing with the police investigation and all the rest of it, I really I had no capacity left to fight this too. And I was like, look, he knows where I am. He's got my contact details. In fact, he's got everyone's contact details. We've got a really big family, aunties, uncles, cousins, stepdad, me. He's got everybody's contact details. So, like, if he wants to get in touch with us, he knows where we are. I said, what I don't have the strength for right now is to fight this fight you know, with the police and family and, you know, all the abuse that went on there, and start a whole brand new one. And I had to decide there and then that what was I going to fight, and my decision was not to. Whether it was the right choice or not, I really don't know. All I know is that I didn't have the capacity or strength to deal with it all. And let's be honest, who the hell could? do you know what I mean? Like, who the hell could? And the answer is nobody. And so I thought with my partner at the time, who, I mean, we were all reeling from this whole thing. And then I've got, a little girl at home who suddenly didn't have a brother anymore. We had no way of contacting him. And I think our decision was, we will just, if he wants to be with his dad, then I'm just going to let him be with his dad. I think the general consensus was that, in a couple of weeks, in a couple of months, whatever it is, he'll come round, and then, he'll be back in our lives, and we'll sort out that when it comes. It never came. In fact, it got worse. So things like, even though, like, I'd spoken to school, social services, the police, not a single person would help me, even though I'd got a residency order stating that my son lived with me. The general consensus was that, certainly from social services and the police, well, we've spoken to him and he doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come here, and he doesn't want to speak to you, and he doesn't have to. And that was the only information that we ever got. Excuse me. When his birthday rolled around, and we sent, all the family sent birthday cards and presents and whatnot, and put it all in a big parcel to go to his dad's. Everything got returned.
Wow.
Now, I have no idea whether that was at my son's insistence or at his dad's insistence. I can guess. And this went on for every birthday and every Christmas for the next 4 years. Everything we sent got returned back to sender. So we don't know if he was aware that that's what was happening. We don't know if that's what he wanted or felt he might have felt pressured to send it back from his dad. Maybe his dad's just sent it back and he has no idea and thinks we've never contacted him in all this time. I have no idea. So from that situation of kind of accepting the fate almost, we were very surprised then. So 18 months after he initially went to his dad's, got a brown envelope through the door with a court summons, instigated by his dad, claiming abuse of our son, abuse of my daughter, who's got nothing to do with him, trying to remove my parental responsibilities.
You mentioned, what claims have been made about abuse to your daughter?
I should go and double check. I can't even remember.
You sent me some of the paperwork.
Yeah. I honestly
pages and pages of it.
There's pages and pages of it. Now, for saying that we hadn't, as a family, we hadn't seen my son or my ex in 18 months. So then him suddenly be bringing up these, trumped up, fictitious, malicious allegations of abuse, not just to my son, but to my daughter, I couldn't process. But it also reinforced. Now it's like, if all of this was about the fact that he wanted his kid, he had his kid. He had no other reason to, you got what you wanted. You wanted your kid. You've got what you wanted. Surely you can leave me alone now. Like, you've done the worst thing that you could possibly do. You've taken my child. And if the child was the goal, you won. You win. And that was my kind of position. Fine, you win. Take him. And that sounds an awful thing for, a mother to think, let alone say. But at this point, we're talking of 15 years of abuse that I've gone through. 15 years of relentless abuse from before this child was born.
Yeah.
And I was like, is this the thing that's going to make it stop? If I just give in to him, give him what he wants. And clearly fighting wasn't working, was it? Fighting my corner, standing up for myself, standing up for my family was not working. If 15 years down the line, I'm still in the same damn position that I was 15 years previously, at the behest of this crazy person. And so, yeah, the thought was just like, is this what it costs? Is this what it costs for this to be over? And it's not a cost that I took lightly. It's my firstborn. You mean, and as a practicing Christian, like, there's always that thing in the back of your mind. If you've ever read any of the Bible, and you read the story of Abraham when God asked him to sacrifice his son, takes him up the mountain, and so part of me was like, okay, God, so this is you asking me to give up my son. If I agree and do it willingly, you're just going to give him back, aren't you? Because it's just a test of my faith. This is all this is. This is just a test of my faith. So if I give up the thing most precious to me willingly, you're going to see that I'm faithful and you're going to give me my kid back. That didn't happen. Instead, me and my new partner were dragged to court over a 6-month period, trying to defend ourselves against malicious, fictitious sexual and physical abuse allegations from my ex. And I was just like, so how have we abused a child we haven't seen in 18 months? How is that a thing? And also, how could you possibly know what's going on in our house with my daughter that you haven't seen in 18 months? So it turns out that he had been, my ex had been placating my daughter's dad with money and theatre tickets and, pretending to be his friend in order to extract information out of him, which is then cobbled together into some fictitious whatever to then justify the allegations to court. And I'm just like, I do remember having to sit there. I mean, like, I'm lost at this point. I've run out of emotions to feel at this point, because I'm just like, my emotions don't matter, my responses don't matter. If all this was about his son, and he's taken the child, and I've said, I ain't going to fight you. I ain't going to fight you. If this is what you want, take him. To then 18 months later, still being dragged into court for some pure nonsense. I was like, this was never about him, was it? And this is my upset now, I said, because I know that the relationship between me and my son will never be the same. He's now had however many years of his dad's version of things, his dad's stories, the lies, getting him to corroborate abuse stories, which is what happened, Like, he wrote in his own handwriting all the bad things that I'd done, like, which were nothing like what actually happened. We're both going to have to live with that for the rest of our lives. And I know for a fact that my ex didn't do it because he loved his son. He didn't do it because he wanted his son. He didn't do it because his son was the light of his life and the apple of his eye. He did it to get back at me for saying no and for sticking up for myself. And it costs me. I mean, me and my partner are not together anymore, and I'm not surprised. It wouldn't be great if, my boyfriend's ex then accused me of, sexual and physical abuse of a child who wasn't mine, and then drag me to court for the next 6 months, I'd probably be like, see ya, don't need this shit. Am I allowed to say that on here? Anyway,
Yeah,
feel free to bleep it out. But it's just the truth, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
whose relationship is going to survive that? Really, after already having gone through the trauma of having a child taken and going through the trauma of sexual abuse from a family member. It's just like the poor guy, like he put up with a lot. None of it has had anything to do with him. And he's quite right. Like, it's hard to hear. It's right. None of it had anything to do with it. So yeah, I think it cost, I'm going to say, about £5,000 in legal fees to defend myself against something that never even happened. I actually had to write to the courts separately of the case and explain to them that actually my ex was corroborating with my daughter's dad to fabricate the allegations. Because I said, there's no other way he could have got the information, what little information he has. And he was actually telling the court, oh no, my daughter's dad is agreeing with these allegation statements. But when I speak to my daughter's dad, what are you talking about? No clue. And I'm just like, it is so Machiavellian. It's just like, it's wickedness of the highest order. And it just goes back to that thing. I'm just like, who the hell are you? Who the hell are you that after 15 years, you still chasing me down and trying to make me pay for saying no? Everyone's just trying to get on with their lives. And, I've never come across. I don't used to really believe in evil. No, I believe that people do evil things. And I believe that we're all capable of that. Absolutely. And I believe that some people are happy with those wicked and evil deeds and don't really feel much sorrow for those things. And there's other people who have done wicked things and like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. It's like, I wish I could take it back. I understand all of that about humans, but this is some next level nonsense that I didn't know existed. And even as I sit here telling it to you, having gone through it, right, it makes no sense for somebody. Like, all of this because I said no and I didn't want you? Really? Were you that broken that 15 years down the line, even after taking my child, that wasn't enough? You still need to make me pay
Can't tell a
somewhere?
narcissist no.
It's
all
just
down to control.
Honestly, one of the only reasons that I'm able to sit here and talk to you about this now is that he has passed. So he's no longer on this earth and it probably took me a couple of years to believe that, because it's happened so many times where I'm like, oh, he's chilled out now and gone back to like just being a normal person, and then the next thing before you know it will be in your face. And it's not just me, like I say, me and my family, it probably took us a good couple of years and we're still walking around like, oh my god, I think I saw him, oh my god, I think I saw him, because it's taken us years to get over the trauma of like, but is he really not? Is this really the end? Like, is this it? I haven't seen my son in over 7 years. As far as I can tell, I'm still blocked on all social media. None of his family will speak to me. Any of my family members that have tried to make contact, he doesn't respond to, and so nobody's heard anything apart from that court case that we only heard like third hand from professionals. Nobody's heard anything from him.
No, I'm going to do something a little different here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I haven't ever done this before. If you're comfortable, is if you could say something. If he's watching this now, what would you say to your son right now?
That this isn't your fault. this is not your fault. This was never your fault. And I'm so sorry that you got caught up in this craziness. I hope and pray that that you can get over it. I don't know what's been done to you, or I don't know what's been said to you. And I hope that you can see the truth and accept it for what it is, and just know that we all miss you madly. You've missed so much of our family, and we've missed so much of you. And like, when you're ready, like, we're waiting for you to come home.
Beautiful words. So
thank you, actually.
no, I don't know what it was. I just felt like, obviously we've never done that in a podcast before, and I thought, you know what, you mentioning your ex is obviously now past,
Mm-hmm.
and it, you know, sometimes I guess it's hard to even word this. It's hard to know how he's feeling about the situation. So if you could, and when you're blocked on everything and you want to say those words, it might be impossible, but at least with a platform like this, you know, he might never respond. He might you know, decide, actually, I'm going to get in touch. So
I mean, that's one of the things, like, he has no idea how we feel about him. All he's had for the longest time is whatever his dad has told him. And a lot of people don't know this. So myself and my daughter and our immediate family, we actually held a memorial service for my son last year, because we've spent years holding on to this grief for this lost little boy, this lost child, and we've never had any opportunity to share that grief, to express that grief, because it's just been a constant battle and a fight to, you know, trying to prove that we're the victims here, not the villains. So having that memorial service, I'm sorry, tears aside now, it was a really good thing, because we were actually able to, you know, share some fun memories with each other, and the things that we really love, the things that we really miss, but with full acknowledgement that that little 13-year-old boy, he's never coming back, because he's a grown man now. A grown man who, we don't know him, he doesn't know us. Sorry. And so, as hard as it was, I think it was necessary to let go of that little boy. For me at least, in the hopes that when the man that returns, I've got space for him. Like, I've got space for my son, the man, when he returns, because I've been able to lay the little boy to rest. So, but it was a hard thing to do, but I do think a necessary thing to do. I've met so many people who, through death and estrangement and all sorts of other things, kind of get fixated on a moment in time. I once had a neighbour who, sadly, their partner died, and it must have been some, I'm going to say 15, 20 years previous. But when my neighbour talked about it, we were like, it felt like it happened yesterday. And she'd talk about a kid, and we were like, oh, that kid must be like 5 or 6. No, the kid was in their 30s, like, married, they've got their own kid. But in her mind, she was stuck in this place in the past, at this traumatic thing that happened, and had never really processed the grief. And seeing things like that has just made me determined that I don't want to live. I don't want to live stuck in the past. And I've got so many things that could keep me stuck in the past. So many things. But I refuse. And it's not because I don't want to acknowledge what happened. I've had to acknowledge what happened. I've done 10 years of therapy because there's no way that I would be able to cope and be the successful person that I am now without having had that support. But equally, I can now be excited for the next time that I meet my son. I can be happy knowing that, it might not be the person that I lost, but I'm going to get somebody back, and I've got space where I know that we're going to have to get to know each other again and, find out about each other's pasts and our lives and just, work at accepting each other for who we are, understanding that this situation was not our fault and that everybody did the best they could at the time. So I have that to look forward to. Fingers crossed.
Oh no, and we'll finish on that positive note there. And no, thank you for today. Before we go, and plug your book and the website, have you got a message to share to perhaps anyone who's watching this who is going through or been through something similar?
Yeah. I think one of the key things that has kept me throughout all of these really damaging and traumatic situations, I think particularly with the domestic abuse, one thing to remember is we cannot control other people. If there was any way that I could have controlled my ex, I would have done it. Right? In fact, I tried all of that and failed miserably. We cannot control other people, and surround yourself with people who love you. So build up your support network of friends and family. They will be what helped protect you from that ongoing abuse. I don't know, things like the first time my son was kidnapped, and even though I don't have a great relationship with my parents, I can honestly, hand on heart, say they were there for me for that. I didn't have to go through that on my own. My siblings have been amazing at just being there for me when I've needed to offload. Sometimes when I've just needed a place to hide, just to get away from the abuse. So yeah, definitely build your support network. Love and appreciate those people who are there for you, because it's very easy to push people away because you don't want them to see you vulnerable. You think they're maybe going to think of you differently because you're going through abuse. And it's not true. It really isn't true. And yeah, you can't control the other person in this equation.
No, I know that. So yeah, if you want to plug your website and your book, we always have a good plug at the end. Obviously, all the links will be in the description.
Yeah. Well, there's two. So we've got I'm on Mirrored. So if you can flip the picture around.
You can see it normally where I am, so yeah, that's
okay. Oh, great!
I can read. Yeah,
this is my first book, Forged by Fire, written under my pseudonym Donna Ward. So this is available and talks about really. It goes over the first interview I did with you guys about the home life and the abuse that I experienced at home and kind of how I got through that. That's available from my website, which is Donna Ward books.co.uk. I'm just in the process of finalising my second book, which should be released hopefully by the summertime, which is called The Sabotaged Girl. Yes, it came to me. So it's a funny story. So it ties into all of this. So when my first book that was published under my pseudonym Donna Ward, so the publisher that published on my behalf, great organisation, Marcia. I know what are they called? Yeah, Marcia House Publishing. I'm sure I should get the name right. I should plug them too, shouldn't I? Let me just double check. I should know the name of this already. Sorry, Marcia.
Yep, as mentioned.
Yes, so yes, it is. Marcia M Publishing. There we go. I was right. Yeah, Marcia M Publishing. So at the beginning of this year, I went to. So my book had been published on Amazon as well as a few other publishing sites where you could purchase it. And I tried to log into the account. I couldn't log in for some reason. I contacted the publisher because they set everything up for me. They couldn't get into it either. Eventually got an email from Amazon saying that they'd noticed some fraudulent activity, believed that I was maliciously trying to manipulate the Amazon publishing functions, and so they'd deleted my account and banned me from Amazon permanently. I was like, sorry, what? So it turns out that somebody with a knowledge of publishing had actually set up another publishing account using my name and details, which was in breach of the Amazon terms and conditions, and had triggered this response from Amazon. I will say no more.
Yeah, we'll leave that to the viewer's imagination now.
Yes, we'll leave that to the viewer's imagination. So when I was talking this through with my publisher, and it was really funny because I felt like I should be more upset about it, and I wasn't. And I was like, maybe this is just an opportunity, actually. And so we talked about rebrand and me just using my own name because that was an option now, and, you know, different things. And so, yeah, that's where the sabotage girl came out of. And actually, my whole life has been like that, because the whole notion of sabotage is that it's on purpose. You know, all these things that I've been through were not accidental or happenstance. Somebody planned and decided that they would do this, you know. And I mean, I don't think that way. So I don't know why. All I know is that, you know, these people who were in my life purposefully did things that they knew would harm and damage me and mine, for whatever reason that they thought that was justifiable. So yeah, the sabotage girl fits really well as a title, and just enables me to, you know, continue telling my story about, you know, the people who sabotaged me, but they didn't win.
And you can check that out, you said the summer.
In the summertime, yeah. So if you can follow me on social media, so my social media is all hashtag or at purpose and pain. Again, very apt. So yeah, it will be announced on my social media channels and on my website once it's available.
And yeah, please show your support for Donna by giving her a follow. And yeah, if you want to watch her part 1, which is very harrowing, I will put the disclaimer out there. It will be following this podcast. But yes, thank you for joining us today for a whopping over 3 hours.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it turns out, well, this is what happens when you get silenced for most of your adult life. Like, I got plenty to say now.
And we've enjoyed it. Honestly, I really enjoyed today. So thank you again.
Well,
and yes, please like and subscribe. All right.
Lovely. Bye, guys.